So,
Uh,
it's been close to a month since it came out, and
mm,
I think it's safe to say that it's absolutely terrible. That's it, everyone. Stream over.
yeah, yeah. I guess the way to get started is um Bree, what have you been up to for the last 2 months? 2 months, 2 weeks.
Last 2 months, I've done a lot of things.
Lies. That's a lie.
Wow. Wow. Rude. Calling me out like that.
Yeah.
I've mostly been existing. I've been working on the script for the review of this game. Some of what I say in the script is obviously going to come through here in this stream. Um,
Yep. Yep.
at this point, I have no idea how long the review is going to end up being. It might actually be a 2 hour long review.
Yeah.
I've
Anything
also
else?
I've also kind of just been stalling out on writing the script sometimes because it's like fuck. Gotta
Mm,
remember all this shit and try to get it in there and word it in a way that makes sense, like explaining the whole planets as a concept don't actually exist in this game.
yeah.
Like, it's all an illusion. I hate it.
Yep. It's incredibly annoying.
Yeah.
Um. Yeah. Is that what you've been up to these past 2 weeks? What you've been up to?
I feel like I'm forgetting something. You keep asking that, it's making me feel like I'm forgetting something.
No, no, I'm just curious because then because normally I do that for you, and then I ask Pagan, and then I say what I've been up to last 2 weeks.
Yeah. Well, Pagan, what have you been up to for the last 2 weeks?
Hang on, I need to cast Speak with Dead. We'll find out.
Remember, we can only ask 5 questions.
Yeah, was that one of the questions? Was that one of the questions? Oh, I want to talk about that so bad. I'll talk about. We'll go into that definitely. Um, I guess for the last 2 weeks to get the bad news out of the way first, or the sad news is more accurate. Annette finally passed away. She passed away on Thursday at about 12:30. It was it's sad to deal with at the time, but we all kind of knew her health was getting worse and worse. She wasn't recovering, right? We were basically doing hospice care. So we were just trying to keep her comfortable and everything like that. And unfortunately, she eventually passed. And yeah, so I had to bury her and everything. And I have a hell of a blister on my left hand because those gloves I used were shit. And yeah, I pulled up a big old thing of skin on there, so that's just gross.
Damn.
But again, it didn't. I didn't have a lot to mourn, not because there wasn't a lot to mourn. She was she was with us for over 16 years, but it's because we had known for quite a while that she was going downhill, so we had plenty of time to say goodbye and just take care of her and realize what was coming. We knew it was inevitable. It was coming up any day now, sort of thing. Like I said, it was super rough at the time, but that's what it's part of life. That's just what happens. So yeah, so she's been laid to rest, and laid her to rest next to the other two cats. Actually, the other three cats. So she's now laid to rest with all of them again. And yeah, so there's that. That's the bad news. That's the bad slash sad news out of the way first. Because like I said, I feel worse for the people where the thing is really sudden. Like they're happy and healthy, and then they get hit by a car or something like that, and then there's no
Yeah.
preparing for that. Um, so like I said, I was grateful that we had time to prepare for it, and had time to just take care of her, make her comfortable, and everything. So very grateful for that. And I set up a thing on my Discord to to show pictures of her back when she was happy, healthy, and being the biggest little goofball cat you can ever fucking imagine. But yeah, so that's the unfortunate bit. In much better news, we're doing the Dark Urge playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3, and it has been fantastic. Holy shit! I mean, the number of things that have happened that I've gone through, and that has been completely different, has been really crazy, actually, for Baldur's Gate 3 and what it is. Um, like entire scenes I didn't expect, everything like that. When they tell you that Dark Urge actually changes a lot of things, they aren't fucking kidding. It changes a lot of things. In fact, Wizards of the Coast, as much as I don't like Wizards of the Coast, because they're a pretty scummy company, they have stated that Baldur's Gate 3, and something else we'll talk about here in a second, are going to be canon to 1D&D. So it is going to be the new canon that's going forward in the Forgotten Realms universe. And I'm really fucking excited. And I am going to bet, I would bet good money that the Dark Urge playthrough is the canon playthrough for 1D&D. I would bet really good money that that is the canon playthrough. So yeah, so that's been going fantastically. We're finally in Act 3 of the Dark Urge playthrough and having ourselves a good old time, and I need to get that done before October 4th, because October 4th, Darktide is doing its massive class overhaul, and we're going to be doing that for sure. Yep. Yeah. Other than that, last week we watched. I'm pretty sure it was last week we watched The Man Who Knew Too Little, right?
That was 2 weeks ago.
It was 2 weeks ago. Shit. Okay, so we talked about that last stag. Fuck. What was last week? What the fuck did I watch last week?
Wow, you don't even remember what you watched 2 weeks, or sorry, a week ago.
Yeah, I don't, because there's a certain other thing we watched, and I want to talk about it here soon. But I want to remember what we watched last week. Hold on.
Threadnought says it was Truman Show.
Oh, it was the Truman Show. Yes. What a fantastic movie the Truman Show is. It really, really is. It's a great tragedy movie. And if any of you have never seen it, I highly recommend it. It is just a wonderful, wonderful movie.
If you're saying anything, I can't hear you.
Oh, shit. Yeah, it was a very, very good movie. It's a fantastic movie. That's, by the way, that's not an AK. That is the VSS Venturez. Anyways, the movie we watched yesterday was Dungeons and Dragons: Honor Amongst Thieves. And genuinely, what a fantastic fucking movie. Shockingly so. It is a really, really good movie.
I will be right back. My food is almost here.
Alright, fair enough. I made Cree watch it afterwards with me and Pagan again. And yeah, so me and Pagan watched it twice yesterday. Really, really good fucking movie. It was just such a fantastic film. Very accurate to the Dungeons and Dragons settings. Like there were some things, aka the Red Wizard's Blade, but they explained in the movie that you cannot get a cleric or normal healing or resurrections or anything for a Red Wizard's Blade. So they explained that. And then you have Owlbear and how much she wild shapes, but Wizards of the Coast, sorry, I should say Ed Greenwood himself hinted very strongly that Owlbear will be a wild shape in 1D&D for their actual They'll be that for their actual druids and stuff in 1D&D. Yeah, the shape-shifting thing, again, wild shape 12 times in a row is crazy. No, it's actually a fantastic movie, D&D wise. Again, by Ed Greenwood himself explained. There were some things he had hiccups with, like the sending stone stuff. He's like, that's not how sending stones actually work. But to set up a bit, fine. It is what it is. Owlbear, it will be a wild ship. Will be a wild shape going forward into 1D&D, so that's totally fine. Her doing it that often is a problem, though. Yeah, Ed of House Greenwood. Yep. But yeah, he said a lot of stuff here is going to be in 1D&D. So, yeah, it was just fantastic. It was fun to go through, knowing Dungeons and Dragons and knowing all the spells and like little setups and things like that. That just made it so much better too. And the jokes, it actually had really good jokes to it. Genuinely, the humor in the Dungeons and Dragons movie was great. It felt like a proper like spoof movie. Like it was lightheartedly poking fun at its setting. Like the whole speak with the dead. And he's like, we can ask 5 questions and then they'll be dead forever again. Why only 5 questions? I don't know, that's just how it works. It seems very arbitrary to me. I love, yeah, all the characters were very well written, and it was just funny, like the whole like we can't solve everything with magic, and then they talk about the whole like going to the battlefield and talking with the dead and stuff like that, and like he's like, you just use your magic, and he's like, did you not just hear him? He had this whole big diatribe about how you can't solve everything with magic. Well, that I can actually do with magic. What? Really? Yeah, I can raise a corpse so we can speak with it. Ew, gross. Yeah, it is. And again, all of like being able to actually pick out every single spell and everything that was used and all the mechanics and systems, like you could tell Holga is absolutely a she is a berserker barbarian who absolutely took Tavern Brawler as one of her feats. Holy shit, it is funny as fuck. God, and her obsession with throwing potatoes at people. Um, so you have the group is set up with a bard, a barbarian, a druid, and a sorcerer, and they're actually genuinely good characters. YouTube thinks it's Planetside being played. I'm not fucking surprised. YouTube is being stupid. Um, but yeah, it's what a great movie. It's just amazing jokes, setups. Actually had payoff as setups and payoffs throughout it. Had clever use of mechanics and everything. Just man, oh man, what a great film. And I understand because I looked at the trailer stuff too, and it looked like your typical woke garbage. And then of course some of the writing staff coming out and saying like, yeah, we're intentionally emasculating men to get back at the patriarchy, and it's like, oh god, no. That isn't what happens in the movie at all. But like, Jesus Christ, talk about a way to completely destroy interest in your film, right? To come out and say stuff like that. But it is genuinely, it is a fantastic movie. Yeah, I know. I don't know why they thought that was a good thing because it killed the box office numbers because they did that. It absolutely destroyed the box office numbers. But the good news is it seems like it's having a bit of a resurgence when it comes to on DVD, Blu-ray, and everything like that, which is very nice, very good. Um, and again, all the characters make sense. Like it makes sense that because she's a barbarian, she's stronger than Ed, who's the bard. And like he's kind of a bard that's broken, so he's kind of like a bard thief.
I am
I
going
mean,
to grab the DVD when I can next time I'm at the store.
yeah.
I actually saw it the other day. I was thinking, I've been wanting to see that. I should grab it, but then I didn't.
Yeah. And again, it was shocking. Like I said, the comedy in it was really fucking good. Yeah, Bezin, that's what I'm talking about. In the actual film, the male characters aren't being emasculated. They have a journey. They're becoming, either they're shaking off the rust and becoming more competent like they used to be, or they're believing in themselves to gain competency.
The
But part of the marketing, that was what some of the writers and stuff like that said, was they were intentionally emasculating men to get back at the patriarchy. And it's like, that was a horrible thing to say beforehand.
that was
Yeah,
yeah. I watched it with these guys last night. I didn't see any wokeism in it.
yeah. It was just genuinely a fantastic film. There was one character I mistook for being another character. I thought they showed us Elminster, but they didn't. It was just his mental interpretation of what Elminster would be like, or what his great 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 grandfather would be like. Because it was more a representation of himself holding himself back. That he was the one holding himself back. Holga wasn't hyper competent. Holga was an idiot. Again, it's like Holga was stupid, which worked perfectly, because it was that hilarious joke of like intelligence and wisdom are their dump stats. Like Holga was not bright. Like, remember,
There's
her whole idea for the heist was to have the druid wild shape into a deer to go into the castle. And then Ed looks at her and is like, "Ah, yes, she'll blend in with all the other deer wandering around the castle."
yeah. Honestly, the only character I'd say is hyper competent was the paladin.
Yep, the paladin's the only one that was hyper competent.
Except for when it came to talking to people. That was hilarious.
Yes. Oh my god. The paladin, like, when Holga does a colloquialism of he's a real son of a bitch. And then the paladin looks at her and nods his head in thought. He's like, "So you blame his mother for his errant ways?" She's like, "What? No, it's an expression."
I do not traffic in colloquialisms.
Wow, you
Yeah,
must
it's
be real
great.
fun. And I love the whole, like, I put it in the Underdark. The Underdark? Why'd you put it under there? Because no one who values their life would ever go down there looking for it. He goes, "Oh, well, that sounds lovely." It very much is not. I know, I was being ironic. I do
Quite
not
the
speak in
opposite.
ironies. I do not speak in ironies. I find that those who use it are the ones most wounded by it. Is that what you find? Is it? Is it really? Again, the dialogue and the characterization is so fucking good. It is genuinely good. So did the bard seduce the dragon in the movie then, Setch? No, I think he decided he wasn't going to try to seduce the pudgy dragon. And
Calling
that
it
was
pudgy is a fucking understatement.
that dragon is like 15 dragons in one.
Dude,
He was fat.
I love the fuck out of that line. Oh, he must have made a new den. What, did he eat the old one?
Yeah. God, and then the dragon, again, because it's dragons are very intelligent, so the dragon didn't even bother trying to run. It just immediately, like, put its legs back, its forearms and legs behind itself, and used its belly to slide down the mountain of bones. And then when it tripped getting over the chain, instead of trying to waste time to get back on its feet, it just tucked in its wings and started rolling more and more and more. It's like, I don't care. I'll still eat you. I'll flatten you like a pancake and then eat you. Like, holy shit. Thembershad was great. It was genuinely very great. The dragon version of "Oh Lord, he coming"? Yeah, it was so good. had a lot of great references to other movies too. Like it had an almost one-for-one scene recreation of Jurassic Park, which was great.
Twice.
Yes, twice. Because the very start of the movie, it's like the raptor pin scene. And then when Thumbershod falls down and the druid is hanging for her life and she can't get back up and needs help, he jumps up and tries to bite her leg off. Even rolls around like the raptor in Jurassic Park, gets to its feet and then jumps up like it as well. Yes, Volothamp Gaddarm makes a cameo in it, and that one of his portraits is used as the portrait they're gonna put. They're gonna put it in the treasure, which is so fucking fitting. It fits in a meta sense as well that Volos is the painting they're gonna use to get into the vault.
And by the way, I love the use of mechanics in world. Something we see often in TV shows, movies, fiction in general is you introduce a lot of neat powers, and no one ever thinks to do something like what we saw with the painting and the portal staff.
Mm-hmm. And I like that they explain in scenes that make sense. They explain the limitations of it. Like when he first finds out the hither tither staff, he's like, "Oh, it should have a range of 500 yards and stuff like that." And he's like, "So we can do this? You can hither tither." And then he jumps through and he's like, "Ah, we did it! I did it! I'm so good." But then when they're getting chased by Thembershot and they get stuck in an area with him, and Ed says, "Use the staff to get us out of here," and he's like, "What? I can only go to what I could see. Do you want to go from that wall to that wall?" Oh, it's really good. Again, I genuinely had a blast with that, and again, knowing a bunch about Dungeons and Dragons, it was even better to see all the stuff set up and realize just how accurate they were making it to a tabletop experience.
I also like
really good.
I also like that they mention areas within the world, like right at the start after they escape the prison. You see Icewind Dale listed on the map. I bought that game several years ago intending to play it and never have. But I know it's part of the universe, and obviously they mention Baldur's Gate.
Yep, and Waterdeep.
I really hope they make a sequel so we can see, like, other parts of the world and other creatures. Imagine, like, the next one they're going up against Mind Flayers or something. Like, I know that's not going to happen because they've already set up, like, who the big bad is for the next movie. But just imagine that storyline, though. That would be great.
Yeah.
Hell, maybe even tie it into the game if you want.
Yeah. Well, remember, the movie, so Dungeons & Dragons, Honor Among Thieves, and Baldur's Gate 3 have both been said they will be canon to the Dungeons & Dragons universe. They are actually canon. Which I'm really excited for. I would love to see a thing set in Waterdeep. That would be a lot of fun. It was great to see Neverwinter. I love Neverwinter, but I've always loved Neverwinter because of Neverwinter Nights, the game. I've always had a fond spot for it. And I highly recommend playing Neverwinter Nights as well. It is a fantastic game. Especially Neverwinter Nights 2. Obsidian then made an expansion pack for that, for Neverwinter Nights 2, and it's called Mask of the Betrayer, and it is definitely the highlight of playing Neverwinter Nights 2 is Mask of the Betrayer. It is so fucking good. Yep, Baldur's Gate 3 references Descent into Avernus. It really does. And again, like I said, the canon playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3 that I would bet safe money that what is actually going to be canon for Baldur's Gate 3 is going to be the Dark Urge playthrough. That is absolutely going to be canon.
Also, it's worth mentioning, Brain Doggo shows up.
Yes, Alright, so they go down to the Underdark, which everybody knows, well, everybody that knows anything about Dungeons and Dragons knows the Underdark is a very, very scary place. They go into the Underdark, and they find 3 intellect devourers. And the paladin freaks out and tells him, he's like, try to clear your minds. Don't think of anything at all. Don't think of anything. Just clear your minds. And because these things, what they do is they are attracted to intellect, and if they sense intelligence, they will attack, paralyze the victim, and feast on their brain to create another intellect devourer. And so they're all tensed up, and they're leaned back against the walls, and they're watching these 3 intellect devourers walk up to them, and then one of them looks around, and then they all 3 of them walk by, and as they get out of range, the bard looks down and he's like, well, that's rather hurtful.
Yeah, it's good.
Because the intellect devourers detected no intelligence whatsoever from the entire party. It was so great.
No thoughts, head empty. But also, that does make sense, though, based on, like, the characters. It's great.
Yes, it does. Oh, it's so good. Because, again, the druid's not very smart. The sorcerer is a low charisma sorcerer, which is funny as fuck. The barbarian, obviously the barbarian is like they took away intelligence to buff up strength and constitution for sure. And then he, as a bard, he is like pure charisma bard, so he has no intelligence whatsoever either. Oh god.
Yeah, there's a lot of good moments in the movie. Like, I like the fact, too, that he fucking takes responsibility for his fuck-ups. Yeah, I lost my whole family, and all of it is my fault.
Yeah.
And I'm still going.
Because he broke the creed of the Harpers. He took treasure, and he took it from a Thayan wizard, a red wizard from Thay. It was his own fault. He did it himself. He cost his wife her life. But no, yeah, he's definitely a bard that has now multi-classed into rogue, for sure. But yeah, he has no intelligence. It is fantastic, and it's great because you get that at the very start of the movie when they break out of the prison in Icewind Dale, and the Dragonborn is like completely like slackjawed. He's like, but we accepted your pardon. Oh god. Here we have the bard who broke creed.
Wow.
Like, I am genuinely hopeful that they'll make another Dungeons & Dragons movie like this, because it was actually really well done. Like, shockingly so. It was genuinely really good.
I hope so, too. It was great.
The movie's name is Dungeons & Dragons Honor Amongst Thieves. And, yeah, it was actually a fantastic film.
I'm gonna start mining that video for reactions to use in videos.
Yes! Oh god, and just for... Dude, just the guard's reaction. What madness is this? It's so good. That could be used for so many Oh, no. So when they did the thing, I was like, oh, okay, he's a bard. He's gonna try to woo everybody and keep everybody's attention on him. He's a charisma bard. It makes sense. And then I saw him running in the background with the sorcerer and the barbarian, and I realized instantly, I'm like, oh my god, he's using silent projection and oral decoy. Oh my god. And then it just gets funnier and funnier because the sorcerer gets his foot caught. He just cannot. He cannot concentrate on both getting his foot unstuck and keeping the 2 spells he has going, like, properly. Oh my god, it is so funny.
It feels like it was inspired by a Vinesauce corruption. It's great.
Yeah. Just the distortion of how the eyes start bugging out like Gary's mod, and the mouth gets real wide.
And the jaw is, like, growing. He's got like a fucking deformed Chad jaw by the end of it, and then the head starts sinking into the body. God, it is so good.
You still have the link to my stream, right? Handy, I mean?
Yeah.
For the one we're currently watching.
Yeah.
I kind of want to show chat that scene.
Wait,
because it...
Oh,
like,
okay, yeah.
Yeah, just because it is genuinely that fucking funny.
We'll have to be careful about copyright, though. Are you... thing?
I'm getting it.
Okay. Yeah, I had a lot of fun watching that movie last night. A lot of times when you watch, I should say a lot of times, when you watch a bad movie, oftentimes it feels like it drags on and on and on and on. Like,
yep.
An hour and a half movie might feel like 3 hours. Time flew by, and I wish it was longer.
I do too. I wish we could have gotten so much more to do with it. I really do. It's just so good. But here's the scene, guys. So make sure you have your sound up, Cree.
Yeah, I turned the sound back on Watch Together.
Okay, I'm gonna do 20 seconds. Pause it. 20 seconds. Yeah,
that is, we are gonna fucking get hit by that. Like, sometimes more than 5 seconds you get hit for it.
Okay, well, let me look ahead then to when he's started. So here we can see the characters running in the background. So here we go.
Oh, let's celebrate lasses and lads. Where once were contenders, now are befrienders. Let's celebrate lasses.
You can hear the music starting to get tismy.
Yeah, and even better, you can tell, again, he's a charisma bard, so like all this makes sense, but then you realize that he's also in the background, so you can figure out what's happening in real time, especially if you know Dungeons & Dragons and its mechanics. If you know the mechanics of D&D, you realize what's going on.
Celebrate lasses, celebrate lasses, celebrate lasses.
What's going on?
My foot is stuck.
Concentrate.
Okay, here we go. Here we go. This part is just too fucking good. And again, this guard's reaction is perfect to use for like every other situation. I'm definitely gonna mine that guard's reaction for all kinds of like moments of whenever a game does something incredibly stupid, you just have that moment
or
of
a movie.
Man, this. Yeah.
That movie review that I'm working on that I haven't announced yet. There's numerous places where I could use that.
Oh yeah. Whew. There we go.
What madness is this?
That poor fucking guard it's like he's looking into the eyes of a fucking demonic entity.
Well, I mean, to be fair, he kind of is.
What madness is this?
I think they're starting to get suspicious.
I'm pausing it because that did go on a bit long. I don't want to get hit for this. But yeah, this movie is really good.
I love that he gets caught in the loop because now he's projecting in his mind what, again, as part of the throw voice thing, he's now projecting what he's thinking. He's thinking fuck. So the demonic warp twisted bard is just going fuck. Oh my god.
My house.
What a fan! Again, what? It's such great use of mechanics within D&D universe. It all works, and they play a little fast and loose with some things. Again, number of wild shapes, weird. The way sending stones work is weird, but they're all done in service of the movie and the bit, right? And I'm fine with that. I'm fine with, like, hey, if your DM, I can honestly see a DM letting you fudge things if for the sake of the scene, for the sake of the moment. I'll even fudge some things like that, like, hey, you can't wild shape that often, and be like, no, but it's pretty fucking cool as an escape, isn't it? So this is a pretty cool scene, and I kind of want everybody at the table to have that moment of, like, yeah! You know, and that whole, everybody rallies together for how awesome something was. So I'll let people fudge things a little bit here and there. The only thing I won't let you fudge is if it's something, like, objectively stupid. You know, the assassin's holding a dagger to your throat, but you know that the dagger can only do 1d4 damage, and so you taunt him. I'm just gonna say he slits your throat and you die. I'm sorry.
Anyways, yeah, very good movie. Check it out.
Now, if you would please, put back on the other Toddslop. Here, I'm gonna jump us forward a bit.
Oh god, sound.
Yeah, turn that off. Okay.
I'm gonna jump a bit more forward, because we were at, like... That's close to where we were. That's good enough.
There we go. Yeah, that's good enough.
It's just meant to be background stuff while we talk about it.
Yeah.
This might actually be a pretty short stream, because this game is pretty lacking in content, as far as the main story goes.
It is really lacking.
I
I guess before we get into it specifically, though...
Yeah? You cut out.
I was gonna say, Pagan, what did you do for the last 2 weeks?
Watch movies with you guys pretty well.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. Fair.
Yeah, we also watched The Nice Guys, which is a great fucking movie.
Yes, we did. Oh yeah, that has been in the last 2 weeks. Yeah, that was a really good movie. We also watched Raiders of the Lost Ark, and
yeah,
it's pretty rough. Like, it still holds up, but there are some definite tism moments of just like, oof, like the random, like, desert massive fuck off 5-mile deep cliff that comes out of nowhere.
Yeah. I love the fuck out of that movie. It's a great movie. But that chase scene after the Ark is found, how they go back and forth between desert and jungle is a bit weird.
Yeah. Desert, and then desert oasis jungle, and then desert oasis jungle, and then desert village, and then desert oasis jungle, and then suddenly massive desert cliff, and
for
then
like 5 seconds. And even let's assume that it makes sense for the cliff to be there. That's an actual feature and so on. Why would you build the road right next to it when there's so many other places? Like, it doesn't seem like you need a cliffside road there.
Yeah, it was definitely weird. Definitely weird.
Yeah. The sound effects were very strange.
Yeah, there was definitely some weird soundisms too. But overall, I think it's a great movie. I really enjoyed it. What else? There was something else. Fuck, I forgot what it was. Oh, the during that chase scene, huh?
I was gonna say the skeleton one was pretty fucking funny.
Oh yeah, the screaming skeletons, yeah.
Yeah.
But no, during the chase scene, there's that really cool stunt where Indiana Jones goes under the truck and he's like trying to not let go. He's holding on to the whip, and then he climbs back on the truck from the back and kicks the guy out and makes him go under. Then he goes under the fucking wheels.
Mm-hmm. God, it's just woofed. Well, like I said, there were some definitely rough spots there. I'll forgive it because it's the first movie in the original trilogy, right? So yeah, it's finding its footing.
Are we good to move on to the game? Because there's something I want to talk about on screen right now.
Sure,
All right.
please.
The exploration in this game is fucking terrible. I hate it. The game will generate an area, a square of the planet, and what you get is based on the planet's overall theme and like what area you land in. So, you know, if you land in ice fields or a boreal forest or whatever, it'll represent that. So it just generates random shit there for you to find, and what Citrus just said there is like, oh, gravitational anomaly feature. Like, these are some of the big exploration things in this game. Oh, hey, there's a thing on this planet that is weird. Isn't that cool? It's terrible. It's fucking awful.
Yeah, and that's literally the extent of it. That's all it is. Like, there's just a thing. There's just a weird thing here.
Yeah.
And it's because it's all procedurally generated, and they don't have any actual proper checks on it. You'll have shit where, like, an entire settlement will be right next to one of these temples, and nobody has checked it ever.
Oh my god. I didn't even know that.
Oh, you haven't seen... There are screenshots that have been posted in your Starfield thing of showing it.
I'm going to be doing a lot of exploration for the full-on analysis when I get around to starting that. I did a bit of exploration yesterday, and yeah, there's like this infected grove as one of the natural features of this world, and there's these gigantic green eggs. It's like, okay, what the fuck made these, and like, what are they? What's the infection?
Yeah.
I found part of a small camp that had spawned inside a set of rocks. I've got footage of that, luckily. I found a few bases full of enemies. I found a scientist outpost, and I talked to the guy there, and he's like, oh yeah, can you go collect a thing from a cave for me? It's research data. So I go over there, and it takes several minutes to get over there with cheats on, and boost pack flying across the world. I grab it, and I go back, he's like, thank you, and he gives me 2,000 credits. It's obviously a very rewarding experience. It's way better than, you know, something like Baldur's Gate 3, which has detailed, intricate quests and characters and stuff like that.
Some that will weave in with other quests or be completely undone by other quests.
Yeah. And my actual favorite thing I found is insane. So there's this POI, I'm just gonna call it POI, because that's essentially what they are. Of like a fracking operation. There's this big sphere that I assume is like fuel storage or something. And I go up to this building, and I notice it doesn't have like a sealed interior. There's all the windows have pipes going through them, and there's no actual glass in the windows. There's no doors. So you go into this place, and you know, you see like sleeping bags and cots and food sitting on shelves, stuff like that. And it's like, okay, yeah, this is just, you know, regular Bethesda, like, nothing POI. It was on a planet without an atmosphere.
Yep. The number of times atmosphere things it happen in Starfield is fucking stupid. Like, and I don't just mean your companions walking outside without, like, a suit on in the literal vacuum of fucking space.
Yeah, that I just attribute to a glitch. I'm not going to take too many points off of Starfield for little bugs like that don't actually affect anything.
Yeah. But shit like, okay, what happens if I take my helmet off, literally in the vacuum of space, and then it's just a slow debuff to your health? It's
Wait,
like,
does it not actually kill you, or? It
will kill you eventually.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure I show it in this stream right here.
We will get to super chats.
It's just stupid. We will. There are a lot of super chats.
Yeah. It's just that something was on screen happening. I wanted to talk about it while I could. Well, I mean, it's not like there's going to be a big thing to, you know.
Oh, yeah, there's me discovering when the game keeps putting ship parts in my fucking inventory and weighing me down.
Yeah, that shit is annoying.
Yeah. It's like, why? I don't need them. Like, I don't need ship parts on me ever. Like, ship parts should just automatically go into your ship inventory.
I don't know why they're so heavy either. Because they're 10 pounds each, and like, okay, what if you're low on ship parts and you want to buy some from the local vendor? So you buy several, and now you're 50 pounds over carry capacity. So now you have to do the song and dance of oxygen running out and gaining CO2 as you walk back to your ship with this shit.
Yep.
Oh, we'll get to character creation too. Oh my god. It is worse than what we thought it would be based on the Starfield Direct. Let's grab these super chats first, though.
Yes, sir.
Alright. Fan funding. €2 from Corktail, thank you. Number 12, Rad Roach. £5 from Threadnought, thank you. Number 15, here we see Creed unable to decide what voice to use. It must be a... it must be a Class 5 blue turkey demon. Gerbil, gerbil, gerbil. $5 from Adeptus Fantasticus, thank you. Love you guys. Thanks for ripping this apart. Just beat it this morning, and I'm very livid about how shite it was on Jaw. I'm not sure what Jaw is. Excuse me.
Maybe Anya.
Maybe. And Emperor bless you all. Thank you. £5 from Threadnought. Thank you. And now to put Setch on a tangent. Setch, you played Saints Row 2022, Halo Reach, and Starfield. Could you tell us which you most enjoyed and why? I assume Reach by default, because both Starfield and Saints Row 2022 are just terrible all the way around. With Reach, I can at least imagine you having a bit of fun with the gameplay if you don't think about the story implications.
Yeah. Well, kind of. The gameplay's pretty mediocre, but mediocre is a big step up from Saints Row 2022 and Starfield.
Cool, so I got it right. $5 from Just a Guy from Alabama, thank you. I've been replaying old World War II Call of Duty games. Makes me wish for more like them. Also, modding in the Russian dub for Soviet missions is peak immersion. Ah. $5 from Itiko the Tricky, thank you. Hearing the writers say they made something purposely worse almost makes me wish for a nuclear winter.
Yeah. And again, I don't think it was the writers themselves that did that, because the writing doesn't have that at all in the Dungeons & Dragons movie. I'm trying to remember who it was. It was somebody associated with the development of the movie, though. Like, the studio that was making it and everything.
Yeah. So with those out of the way, there's numerous subjects we can tackle on this game in pretty much any order. The one thing that's worth mentioning right now is Pagan hasn't played the game, and neither me nor Setch have done any side quests. Well, many side quests. Like, I did one or two.
Same.
And we haven't done any of the side factions.
Yeah.
Although I did get introduced to one that fucking destroyed the pacing in the main... well, implying the main story has any pacing. But it's like, okay, I just want to get this done. Nope, you have to do this whole song and dance with these assholes because the game decided you have to.
Yeah, the game just gives you a bounty out of nowhere for nothing, and you can't pay it off or anything. And it's specifically to force you to do this, we're putting together a team sort of bullshit for the, you know, where the prison ship wants you on their team.
Well, just
special mission.
Wait, did you have to do that too?
No, I found out that's what that bounty came from, though. Because I was like, when the hell did I get a bounty? In this stream, I'll even say, when did I get a bounty and for what? Because it's trying to force that into you. It's trying to force you to do that. That's actually is an intended mechanic and system in this game. So that's how much more fucked it is. So you could be somebody who's an upstanding citizen who doesn't break the law, you still get a fucking bounty, and it forces you to go, it tries to force you to go on that mission. Thankfully, I never let the NPC talk with me to make me do it.
See, because I didn't know that it was put on you randomly, because it happened to me after I attacked a merchant ship. So I assumed, okay, they must have reported my thing somehow. And it didn't get clear when I killed them. So I guess I have a bounty, and that's where they got me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was very annoying, because here I am trying to get the main quest done, and there's this... What?
Cut you off right now. I'm going to pause it. On screen right now. A big fucking thing on screen right now. That is your fucking stealth meter.
Oh,
in a game that you took 25 years, you claim this, Bethesda. If you had just been honest and you threw this together in like a couple months, I could forgive you more for that. You claiming it took you 25 years, and that is your stealth meter? A fucking white box with 2 green boxes that show you how stealthy you are with the word hidden in normal font in it? Jesus Christ. Holy shit.
Yep, the UI is as sterile and lifeless as the rest of this game. Especially the spaceships. We're gonna get to that.
Yeah. Oh god, I can't wait to talk about more of this. But yeah, I'm sorry I cut you off, Kree, but it was a perfect moment to highlight that thing because it popped up on screen and I was like, oh my god, yeah, that's the stealth system.
Don't press play either. Just quickly, looks like a Unity asset flip piece of UI, laughing my fucking ass off. Yep.
Yeah.
That it does. Going back to the exploration bit, quickly, I had something I was going to say, and I forgot what it was. I hate when that happens. I'm going to tackle the other thing instead, and that's what you see on screen right here. It's kind of faded, because it's starting to go away. Deserted UC listening post. You'll find places in this game that's like, abandoned mine, deserted research facility, this, that, these, those, words that mean no one is here. And, like, this is a very minor thing. This doesn't make or break the game. If the game happened to be a 10 out of 10, besides this would be like a small annoyance. Like, yeah, that's kind of dumb. I just find it irritating when something is described to be a certain way and it's just not true. Oh, this place is abandoned, full of people who are enemies, like, but still people.
Just to imagine this. Imagine if something said like mutant-infested mine or something like that. And you go there and it looks like just a normal mine. It's fully abandoned. There's nothing there at all. It's that sort of deal.
Yeah.
It's like, well, I was expecting it to be a mutant-infested mine, but I guess not. They meant deserted, as in the pirates have dessert. Oh, there you go.
What about abandoned?
Well, they're dealing with their abandonment issues. That's why they became pirates.
But anyways, yeah, like, I sort of remembered what I was going to talk about. Because they decided to do 1,000 planets, that you could land on and explore and this and that, like, the amount of handcrafted content you come across, and by handcrafted I don't mean like, here's an outpost that spawned, someone had to put that together, obviously, the NPC spawn locations in this POI. What I mean is, like, stuff that people sat down and designed of, like, okay, here's a quest where, someone's been killed, and you have to, you know, solve the mystery, who's the killer, find the evidence, stuff like that. What I mean is, here's a bunch of sludge that we put through a generator, it threw together, here's a bunch of POIs, a bunch of generic characters, a bunch of Radiant quests, which I've kind of done a couple of those. I mentioned one earlier, the go get data from a cave for us one. Because that is so vast in this game, like, the small islands of handcrafted content It's small islands of handcrafted content in a massive, massive sea of proc-gen fucking sludge. I hate it.
And the worst part is the handcrafted content actually makes things stand out even worse. Like, it makes you realize just how lazy Bethesda was. Because, like, going aboard the Scow, for example, is this really massive ship you can actually board and explore and like, talk with people and stuff on the ship.
And you could tell...
It's really lame, but...
Yeah, it is lame, but you could tell it's a place that they put effort into it. Like, every single ship you land on that's, like, a regular ship that you can take and fly, it'll always, in my experience, be the sterile, like, really, like, generic sci-fi looking ship that's clean and there's a bunch of white-gray paneling and just shit like that. None of them ever look like they're a mess or they're dirty or anything of the sort. Especially, you know, ones owned by space pirates. That's a little bit fucking weird. But then you get to this one Setch is talking about, the Scowl, and there's dirt and grime and fucking sludge all over the place. There's, like, garbage in the corners. It stands out as being something that someone made, as opposed to, here's a bunch of generic parts slapped together, and we're not even going to distinguish, like...
Hey, right here in this video clip, there's going to be two pirates here. I'm going to try to shoot them through the glass, and then look. Tunk, tunk, tunk. I'm like, wait, what? What? But also, I didn't get caught doing that. I just fired bullets at their face through the glass, and they can't actually see me through the fucking glass.
Oh, no.
Or the fact that I tried to shoot...
Props to Setch for remembering the name. Yeah, I wouldn't have remembered that. And in fact, I didn't remember that.
The only reason I remember is because it's the only quest in the game that sends you to a place that looks like it's intricately put together. Like, even the lab which has an actual interesting gameplay theme falls the fuck apart because it just feels like generic stuff all stapled together.
Yeah. There's something else, like, I was gonna say, and I forget what it was. What was I talking about before you pointed out the shooting them through the glass thing?
You were talking about how it actually is dirty and grimy and looks like it was put together properly and people actually lived there and worked there.
Very few places feel like that. Like, look at this place Setch is going through right now. This is under control space pirates. And as far as dirt goes, like... Okay, the floors aren't absolutely perfect, and there's a couple of props lying about. That's about the extent of it. For a place that's under control of what I assume are fucking rowdy pirates. They don't seem like the kind of people who are gonna be, like, keeping things sterile.
And I also just want to go back on this video here a second. When I was shooting at the pirate who's sitting at the table, notice that it has to do canned animations. It can't be anything interesting, like the pirate realizes I'm there and says, "Oh shit," and then, like, kicks the chair out and the chair goes flying, because they don't want to animate the chair having physics.
Well, it's more than just that. It's that they don't want to end up in a situation where he kicks the chair out and... Alright, this frame you're on right now, there's a chair that's upside down there. Mm-hmm. They don't want to run into a situation where an NPC locks onto that and sits down in that, even though it's upside down.
Even though they have that already. They fucking have that everywhere. But here, again, watch this pirate that's sitting at the table. Again, I've already been shooting. This is a gun that doesn't have a suppressor on it or anything. I've already gone loud. And this pirate is just sitting here minding its own business and does a canned animation to stand up. There we go, I'm looking this way. And then I turn to the right, and there's the pirate.
Yeah. Canned animation. And I had the exact same thing on my first stream, too. And it was even worse, because there was a guy at, like, a workbench or a research station where he's standing up. I come into the room and I start shooting at him. And, he has to do his canned animation of stepping away from the research bench. And then he pulls out his gun. And by the time he does that, I've already killed him.
Yeah. And the worst part is none of these firefights feel good and interesting, because if the bullets hit a chair, or a can or anything like that. They don't go flying. Stuff doesn't go flying around the rooms. When you do explosives, nothing moves.
Yeah.
It's so fucking dull.
Yeah, because this is something even Fallout 4 got right. If there's a bunch of items in an area and you shoot, those items are going to go flying if you shoot them, or if you shoot, like, there's no grenade launcher in Fallout 4, but explosive rounds, or throw a grenade or whatever. Like, this is a downgrade from Fallout 4, which is kind of insane.
Not to mention, there's all kinds of weird mechanics, like that guy threw a gas grenade at me. What the fuck is a gas grenade gonna do to somebody in a full insulated suit?
Yeah,
this
is a spacesuit meant to keep you alive in the vacuum of space. Like, outside gases aren't going to be getting in, or shouldn't be. And then you land on a planet and you go up to a gas vent to mine resource. By the way, you want to know how you collect gaseous resources in Starfield? You put your hand out and you put it in your pocket. You just grab a handful of it.
Yeah, somehow.
But doing so, you're going to step into the gas and then get damaged by the gas or get health effects from the gas. And through your spacesuit. Through your fucking sealed spacesuit, your airtight spacesuit. It's so fucking dumb.
Yep.
What else? Since we just mentioned it, the health effects. I actually do like that they added a bunch of different little health effects for, like, different injuries or sicknesses you can get. I do think that's a genuine improvement. The problem is, well, what we were just talking about, stuff getting through your spacesuit that shouldn't, but also the fact that, maybe this is just me because I was loot goblining, but maybe not so much, because in your inventory you have different sections, and one of them is just called aid, and all of your, like, consumables go in there, all food, all healing, all medicines, and if you're collecting a lot of food, which you're probably going to be doing because they fucking heal you, then trying to find the right medicine to cure your thing or relieve you of symptoms of your thing is going to be fucking irritating because you have to scroll through this massive list.
Oh, here's a perfect example.
You should have got Boom Boom.
Remember how I was talking about how the generation system works, because it's all procedurally generated.
Yep.
This is a main story mission that's telling us to come to this science base in particular to get this resource. Remember,
I've got something to tell you, Such.
Yeah?
These main quests are radiant. I didn't come to the science base.
Yeah, I found that out later too. But this is a main story mission that sent me to this science base. Alright? To get this piece of the artifact. And remember, the entire stupid thing of the artifact is it will only interact with the first person that touches it. This is a science base that's a big base built up, has this doorway, this staircase leading straight down to it, and within visual sight of the staircase is the fucking artifact. And you're telling me in all of that construction time, not a single person touched this artifact, ever?
Yeah, it's really fucking dumb. And there's a lot of places, some of the actual handcrafted main story missions in this game will have, like, you'll go into a cave full of, like, a gang, or, like, a mining operation, and the artifact is out there, it's exposed, there's all this floating shit there, and no one cares, no one gives a fuck. Like, the one on Aquila, in the empty cradle, or the empty nest, or whatever the hell it's called.
Yeah.
Like, it's a cave full of these local bandits, troublemakers, whatever. And I think you even find someone, like, right next to the room it's in. And none of them have decided to mine it, or take it, or fucking whatever.
It's just so fucking stupid. It's so stupid. And the worst part is how bad the main story is in Starfield. It is shocking how awful it is. and that 95% of the main quest is just fetch quests.
Not just fetch... Well, yeah, fetch quests, but a big deal of those fetch quests are radiant, too, as I've just discovered from this footage. Because I remember you mentioning the science lab that one of the artifact pieces was just, like, down a set of stairs and no one did anything with it.
Yep.
I was looking for that place in my own playthrough, like, okay, is this going to be that one? And then I didn't get to it. I didn't really think of it until when I mentioned it just a few minutes ago. So yeah, the fucking go collect a piece of alien metal from these places. They're almost completely radiant.
Which is just so fucking stupid. I just can't believe that they're that lazy.
Yeah. Now, I understand from their whole multiverse thing of, oh, well, the artifact pieces are going to be in a different place every version of the universe. Each player's universe is part of the multiverse, blah, 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 blah. It's like, okay, maybe. But that still doesn't explain why all these quests are the most bottom-of-the-barrel fetch quests. I hate it. And this is my big problem with Radiant quests and proc-gen stuff is two things. First of all, I think randomization and procedural generation and stuff like that is a scalpel, not a fucking cluster nuke. It's something that should be fine-tuned, so when something is generated, it's done really, really fucking well, and it actually looks like a place that's interesting or handcrafted. You're not gonna find fucking sleeping bags and cots outside on a planet that has no atmosphere.
Yep. And,
like, packages of food, and nowhere actually in a sealed environment so you can, you know, eat in the vacuum of space in your research thing, where there's... God. The other part of it I hate is the fact that with Bethesda, it very much seems like a quantity over quality thing, where they seem to think, oh, hey, you running off to a cave to collect an item or collect research information or whatever, that is content and that is good enough and we don't need any more. And because, like, why would you need any more? You're doing stuff. It's a game about doing stuff. I hate it. I hate it.
Yeah, it's that whole last time you went and got an artifact in a cave. This time you went into a science base and got an artifact. Totally different. It's like, but it's not. It's not at all.
Yeah,
it's doing the same nonsense. It's just set dressing.
It's also really fucking weird that they don't realize this, because I think you'd have to be a fucking space alien that doesn't know anything about humans to think that's, like, anything worthwhile.
Yeah, I agree.
And my big example for the proc-gen stuff in general, especially the planets, is Minecraft. We've talked about this before on stream, but when Minecraft first announced that they were adding infinite worlds, it was like, oh my god, this is cool. Because there's so much to explore and find. And then I got to playing it, it's like, oh yeah, it's the same 6 biomes over and over and over again. You've seen one village, you've seen them all. You've seen one mineshaft, you've seen them all. You've seen one forest, plains, desert biome, you've seen them all. But the point of that in Minecraft isn't for, like, one person to have an infinite world. It works really well for multiplayer servers where, you know what, I'm going to join a server and build a huge fuck-off castle or sky base or whatever else that's absolutely massive. And it's like, okay, well, I don't want to build this too close to someone else who's also building something massive and could potentially be building something really ugly. It's also so, you know, I'm mining underground for resources, and then, oh no, I've gone into my neighbor's territory accidentally. Stuff like that. Yeah. It works really well for multiplayer servers. That's, like, the true purpose of the infinite worlds of Minecraft. There's no reason to have 1,000 planets in Starfield when 99.5% of them are fucking just generic whatever. And because whatever area, like, okay, you find a planet, you land in an area that has nothing there initially when you scan the planet. It's it's generating a new piece of land for you. It does that infinitely. If you lose that landing marker because you've landed in too many other places, and then you land in that exact same spot, you're going to get a different generation. You're not going to be able to find the same spot because it's gone forever. So, in a universe with 1,000 planets, you've got worlds that essentially have infinite surface space? What would you call that?
Yeah. I guess infinite landmass?
Essentially infinite landmass, yeah. So, technically, you don't even need 1,000 planets, you just need one, and then you build it up to have all the biomes in the rest of the game, and you would have a very similar experience.
There's another thing that happened to me.
What?
Hold on, we're gonna go back in the video.
Okay, let me just finish what I'm saying here, because I'm almost done.
Yes, please.
The other thing is, having 1,000 planets, it fucking means nothing, because they could have 1,000 planets as they gave us, or they can have 10,000, 100,000, a million, a billion, a trillion, a septillion, and it would all be the same as it is now in-game. It wouldn't make a fucking difference.
Yep.
It's just like Starbound that has something like 12 or 14 quadrillion planets. It's like, yeah, but it's the same 5 biomes over and over again.
Yeah. Oh no, it's the spooky eyeball forest biome, but this time it's blue.
Oh look, it's a pine forest biome, but the pines are red and the grass is yellow.
Yeah. But here in this thing of Starfield, this is part of the thing. They have a quality of life feature, which is you can sell directly from your ship's inventory.
Yeah, and I do like that. That is a good thing.
Yeah, but here's me trying to get my inventory back from my fucking companion that I have her carrying because that's literally all companions are good for. They're useless in combat and they constantly go down. So I'm trying to give her stuff to carry for me, and now I gotta get the stuff back. And she's gonna be sitting on the ship at a canned animation spot, and I can't interact with her at all. So I have to actually leave my ship, go through a loading screen to leave my ship, then talk with her, get myself, and go back through another loading screen just to put my inventory in my fucking ship. This shit is fucking infuriating.
Also, how useless are the companions on normal difficulty? They go down that easily when, like, the game is piss easy as it is.
Look at this. Look at this. See? I'm trying to get her to stand up so I can actually interact with her because she has all my stuff right now. She has all my gear. And I'm just like, fuck. So then I realized, well, I'm not going to be able to do that. I need to go through a load screen to go outside of my ship to then turn around and talk with her and get all my inventory from her so I can do a load screen again to go put the inventory in my fucking ship.
This is a good chance to talk about the dialogue system too, because it is extremely similar to the system of Fallout 4, it just doesn't look the same. You do get more than 4 options, I'll give it that, but you run into the same issue of, oh, here's 3 options you could pick to talk to this character. And then they have the same responses to you, so what's even the point of giving me a selection, an option to choose what to say, if you're just going to vomit the same lines back at me regardless. The other thing is, it does the whole prioritizing certain blocks of dialogue over others in a really obnoxious way. I talked about this in the Fallout 4 analysis. I had to talk to Hancock for the Silver Shroud quest, and I completed the Big Dig already. I could not talk to him for this quest because the game decided arbitrarily that companion recruitment was more important, and I couldn't just tell him no and move on to the Silver Shroud. I had to take him as a companion to make that dialogue go away, so I could talk to him about the Silver Shroud. And in doing so, I had to dismiss my current companion, which I believe was Curie, whose quest I was trying to unlock at the time for the video. This game has the same problem, and I've run into it. Well, there's 2 examples I could think of to talk about. First of all, I took the trait where you have your dream home, and you have to pay weekly rent on it, or you can pay off the mortgage all at once. Go to the bank in New Atlantis to talk to the guy. So I do. And the only options are, oh, hey, I have this quest for you to do to collect debt from this guy who took a loan and didn't pay it back. And I had to go through this whole song and dance of having him explain his woes to me, and then me accepting his quest before I could talk to him about the fucking mortgage on my house, which is incredibly obnoxious. Just let me talk about the fucking thing I want to. Similarly, this was actually on the whatever ship it was. See, I already forgot the name. The ship such mentioned
Scowl.
the Scowl. I had
No, there's no L. It's just Scowl.
Scow. Okay, it was on the Scow. I was talking, or sorry, I had Sarah as my companion, and I couldn't remember if I gave her any items to carry for me in her inventory, and I wanted to get some from her. And I think I'd actually just gone through a bit of companion dialogue with her. And I tried talking to her again, and she had more companion dialogue to go through, and I had to go through all of that before I could say, hey, let's trade items. It's fucking insufferable.
It's even worse when they're like, hey, can I talk to you?
Yes.
Because then you know, oh shit, I'm going to have to sit through a fucking conversation where you give me a useless piece of garbage before I can even trade inventory with you.
Well, I was actually going to bring up my next example, because it's not the prioritizing dialogue, but it was very irritating. This is actually two examples. Companions will fucking harass you until you talk to them when they want to talk, because you'll hear it like every few minutes pretty much, where you've done enough with them, you've traveled enough with them, you've gained enough affinity with them, where the next block of their backstory will unlock. And with Sam, when I was traveling with him for a bit, an unlocked piece of his dialogue, I kept ignoring it because I didn't want to deal with it. And then I finally talked to him, just so he would shut the fuck up. As soon as he was done, hey, can I talk to you for a minute?
Yep.
I'm pretty sure I lost my shit there and went on a bit of a rampage. A similar thing happened with Sarah, where she glitched out, and she kept saying, hey, can you talk to me? I've got something for you. Hey, can you talk to me? I've got something for you. Especially when I was, like, sitting down in my ship to fly away. And then I would talk to her, and she's like, hey, what's up? And she didn't have anything to actually give me. So, the game kept telling me that she had something, and then she didn't actually have anything, and it was incredibly irritating. I think that's the point where I got rid of her as a companion for good. I just stopped traveling with companions at that point.
Yeah, it's so fucking just annoying.
This also... Go ahead.
Another thing that annoys me about the fucking companions is that every single companion in the game is from Constellation.
Yes.
So you have no exploration to find, like, a really interesting companion, or there's no, like, storyline of, like, a town being attacked, and there's a lone survivor who now wants revenge, and they're like, hey, I'll come with you and lend you my skills if we go get revenge on the Spacers, or the Ecliptic, aka the Epileptics.
Yeah, the Epileptics.
Like, there's nothing like that. All of the companions are just part of Constellation. Which is so fucking annoying.
Especially since they're all fucking cardboard cutouts in the first place. They're all so fucking boring. I can't stand any of them. But talking
Any
about
of the people.
What was that?
There's no drama at all in any of the Constellation when talking about any of the people. Like, Walter is a businessman, but he's just the exact same as everybody else in Constellation.
Remember how the Starfield Direct tried to build him up to be this, like, darker character who doesn't really care about human life, he just cares about his own goals or whatever? And then you get in the game and he's just another generic fucking loser. And then the mission where you potentially kill someone, he's like, oh man, that killing people's the line I said I'd never cross. Are you sure what we did here was right? Yes, what we did here is right. Shut up, Walter. Let's go.
Yeah.
talking about the dialogue did remind me of an encounter with Walter, actually, while he's involved during the main quest, which both of us very much loved and enjoyed. So, one of the missions is to get one of these artifact pieces. It's essentially being sold on the black market. Not literally, it's just a guy who stole it and wants to make a deal with someone who wants it. We want it, so we buy it from this guy who's stolen it. And because the guy he stole it from is a very powerful CEO who has a lot of influence in Neon, which is like the only city that feels like attention to detail was put into it.
As I said in my stream, and it feels really accurate, it feels like Neon was their very first city they made.
Yeah, and they put all their effort into it.
Much stuff put into it. Yep.
Yeah. But anyways, the CEO guy, he finds out that you bought it from this guy, and he wants his property back, obviously. It's understandable, it makes sense. He locks your ship down, he impounds it, and, like, your options are like, okay, we've got to deal with this guy. So let's go over to where he is to deal with him. It's like, okay. Oh, hey, there's a secretary. Hey, we would like to talk to this guy. And you have to pass a speech check to get her to set up an appointment for you to talk to him pretty much immediately. It's like, okay, we passed that, it's good. It's very good, nice. So, you know, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go upstairs, I'm just going to talk to him, try and haggle out a deal, try to, you know, maybe part of his thing for letting us keep the artifact is he at least wants us to flip on the guy who sold it to us, which maybe, you know, he deserves to be flipped on, whatever. The game directs you to an elevator, and you get in and you start going up to his office to talk to him because you made an appointment with him, and he's like, oh, you've stolen my property and now you're trying to sneak into my office? No, I set up a meeting to talk to you. What the fuck do you mean trying to sneak into your office?
Yeah.
I hate this shit.
I do too. Because, like, I specifically did this for the non-violent option. I wanted to go set up a deal with the guy and see what it would take to, hey, unimpound my ship, let us leave.
Yeah. And, it seems like it was done this way to force you through this fucking terrible stealth section where you don't actually need to stealth. And, like, it is super scripted. You've got a character leading you through, like, oh, there's a robot in this hall, wait a second. Okay, now go. There's a vent over there, go to that. And like, it's just a really irritating sequence that it feels like it's trying to be a slick stealth mission, and it just comes off as lame and annoying. And it feels like the whole meeting thing was tossed aside for the sake of forcing you through that. And,
yeah, because spoiler alert, when you actually do the stealth mission, and then you get to a part where you can't do the stealth mission because the guys can see through the fucking ceiling and floors and shit.
Yeah, it's just
so
a
you
combat
fight your way
section.
through the last bit. Yeah, and then you get there, and then you have a choice to talk with him and, like, have a normal dialogue. And it's so stupid. It's like, why did we need this? Why not just have me show up at the elevator like I originally planned and have him set up with all these guys there like this? This dialogue literally could have happened. We could have cut that entire fucking stealth section out and nothing changed.
I'm actually tempted to bring up the other stream just to show people that, but we're already past most of it, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, like, okay, trying to play pacifist in Bethesda games is a laugh in the first place because you fucking can't. But, like, what if you were trying to do, like, a minimum kill run? And, like, sure, I guess you can run by all these guys, but still forcing you into a combat situation that the game went out of its way to set up that you could do this without fighting, and then you have to fight anyways.
Yeah. It's literally, but thou must.
Yeah.
And I hate that shit.
But then we get to the confrontation with this guy, and both me and Setch did different things, and I specifically did the opposite thing because I wanted to see if anything would come of it. So, with Setch, it was basically he had an instant win button. He went up and talked to the guy, and you're like, oh, well, Walter here, he owns a business too. Why don't you guys make some kind of deal? And then he's just like, okay.
Yeah.
And that's it.
And then he made me pick the guy's fate too. That's it.
Oh yeah, the guy who stole the artifact in the first place. Yeah, and God, it's so dumb. But yeah, like, there's no challenge to it. There's no, like, possibility of failure, and you maybe have to fight because your skills aren't that good enough. It's just, no, hit the button that says I win, and then you win. Very lame. On my side, I was like, okay, you know what? I'm going to go in guns blazing to see if killing this very powerful person has any effect on the world, if anyone cares, if anything comes of it. And for the rest of the main story, nope. The most that happened was that thing I mentioned where Walter was like, oh, I didn't want to kill anyone. It's a line I would never cross. Mm-hmm. And are you sure we did the right thing? Yes, I'm sure.
Yep. God, that just brings me up into the persuasion system in and of itself.
Yes, we were going to get to that.
So, Baldur's Gate 3 also has a persuasion system that is a random luck thing. But there are factors that you have based off your character build and proficiencies that change your luck for good or bad.
And I like that system because it explains why things are happening. It explains why you're losing, rather than just, oh, hey, this is a red speech check option. If you succeed,
you might still win.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You have no idea what the chances are of anything. It's just, it's green, yellow, or red. Okay, what does that mean? Well, green is real easy, red is real hard, yellow is in the middle. It's like, okay, and what does that actually mean? Like, what are the numbers here? What's the breakdown here? What are we actually looking at in terms of the mechanics of this?
And I'm gonna say it. This was a situation where even Fallout 3 comes out on top because of the percentage chance telling you, like, what your chances are. So, if I go into a speech check where it's like 99% chance, it's like, okay, I'm almost certainly going to get this, but there's a small chance I might not. I understand what choosing this option means to me. And then, you know, I have a speech check where there's a 1% chance of succeeding. It's like, you know what? Maybe I'm not going to take that. Maybe I'm not going to risk it.
Yeah. Because I've had it where I'll take green options. I was master speech in Starfield, and I'd take green options, and I would still fail. And it's like, how? How did I fail the green option? Just stuff like that just fucking annoys the shit out of me.
Yeah. There's a certain... when making games, there's certain things... Like, you have to design things in a certain way to not irritate your players. Because if you do things a certain way, it feels like they're being punished or they're being rewarded. And a classic example of this is World of Warcraft. So, when they were originally working on it, they had a... The way the experience gain would work is if you were offline for a certain amount of time... Or, sorry. No, I forget the exact mechanics of it. Point is, depending on how much you're playing at a given time, you would essentially get an experience debuff if you're playing too much, where you would start getting less experience from enemies for playing. And players didn't like this because it felt like they were being punished. So what Blizzard did was they kept the same...
exact system.
The same exact system, but they turned it into rested experience instead, where if you log off in a city or in an inn, you get a bonus to experience for, like, however much experience it covers. It goes up to, like, 2 entire levels, I think. Point is, it was the same system at its core, where the amount of experience people were getting was exactly the same for both the extra experience and the regular experience or whatever. They just changed the way it was implemented to affect your perception. So it's not like it's not a debuff anymore. It's a bonus for the rested experience.
Yeah.
So when you lose things at random because you don't know anything that's going into it, it feels really fucking shitty. And you know what else feels really fucking shitty? When you're fighting an enemy and their health bar fucking refills randomly. Not healing. They've got... This was a problem with Fallout 4 too, with its legendary system, where you fight a legendary enemy, get them down to half health, and then their health bar refills. It's like, okay, this bullet sponge just refilled itself. Great, wonderful. I already hated fighting this thing. Now you made it worse. This game has that a lot, where you'll run into an enemy that's more powerful, and he'll have his regular white health bar, and then underneath he'll have 2 or 3, like, little red bars, and once you clear the white health bar, one of those red ones will go away, and his health bar will refill completely.
Yeah.
It's exceptionally fucking annoying. It makes the game a real slog to play. We haven't even really talked about the main story.
The persuasion system also is super fucking annoying in that it's all canned responses and just generic nonsense fluff back.
Yeah.
Like, you can say stuff that vaguely fits the situation, and then they'll say stuff that is just a canned response of like, yeah, I hear you. That makes sense.
Maybe
I didn't think about it that way.
Yeah.
Like, you haven't killed anyone yet, yeah, therefore the judge will go lenient on you. Well, I didn't think of it that way. And it's just so stupid because, again, you don't get infinite chances in the persuasion system. There's a really
just quickly
fucked up...
Just quickly, on screen now, you're fighting someone who has a multiple health bar thing. He's almost dead. Not the space you're aiming at right now, but there's another guy down there who has the little red bars, and just watch him, chat. This guy, right there, he took off, he emptied his health, and then one bar went away and he refilled. That shit is annoying. Anyway, sorry.
Annoying. But again, you have a turn system in Starfield, and it's like, you have 4 turns to convince this person. But they don't ever tell you or explain what the turns are, because I've had it where I'll pick a green, and it won't use a turn, and I can pick another green, and it won't use a turn, and I can pick another green, and it won't use a turn. And then I've had it where I'll pick a green, and it uses a turn, pick a green, uses a turn, pick a green, uses a turn.
Yeah.
And the reason that's important is because in the dialogue with the bank robbers, the bank heist of Aquila, I actually found out that their persuasion system is so fucked that you can actually go through all of the persuasion things and the dialogue loops back to the beginning and you start it over again.
Yep. And
it is that fucked.
That's actually another thing that's worth mentioning right now, too, because we're talking about the persuasion system. This game barely tutorializes anything. It barely explains how anything works. You go into the shipbuilder, yeah, have fun, asshole.
Yeah. Even then, when it gives you warnings, it tells you, like, oh, the ship can't do this. You're like, okay, why can't it do that? And it's like, because you can't do that.
Yeah.
What's the problem? What's the conflict here?
I mentioned the example on stream, but it reminds me of during the gaming streams. It reminds me of a Venture Bros episode where, this is a very early episode, too. This is like the 2nd or 3rd episode in the series, where, there's a space station that Dr. Venture's father built, and there's a problem with it that needs to be fixed, so they call him up there. And the computer just has a blinking red light that says problem to say that there's something wrong with this massive, like, super scientist-built space station. I think they call it, like, the 8th wonder of the world or something. That's what this game's shipbuilding system is like, where sometimes something's out of place, it's like, hey, there's a problem. I hate it.
Yeah, no, guys, it's not the Oblivion system anymore. The Oblivion system actually makes fucking sense. The pie chart of Doom, or the pie slices, they actually make sense. You check the person's facial expressions, you swap around the pie until you get the best net positive outcome for your persuasion. That's how the Oblivion system works. It's actually really intuitive to understand. This system is just arbitrary. It doesn't give you any information about what happens or what's good. It's so fucking annoying. Like I said, I was a master in persuasion in this thing, and I was still losing +1 green options. So fucking frustrating.
I just saw your character fucking
Yeah.
formulate their spacesuit around them as the door opened.
Yep.
Hello, Creetosis. What's been discussed so far? Exploration a bit, dialogue, companions, bits and pieces of the main story.
Yeah, that it's Radiant quests.
We haven't gotten to the big stuff for the main story yet.
No, the persuasion system though, we had to fucking rip that a new asshole because Jesus Christ, this persuasion system is atrocious.
Yeah. I kind of want to talk about character creation now.
Okay, if you would like to start, I'm gonna go grab a drink refill real quick. So.
All right. So they have the typical stuff of, you know, your character's appearance and all that. That's not too big of a deal. The main stuff I'm concerned about here is the RPG building, the RPG mechanics, character building aspect of this, where it is almost completely fucked. You have backgrounds you can pick, you have traits you can pick, and you have... Is that it, actually? Backgrounds and traits? Oh my god, I think it is, because backgrounds are essentially classes, except not really. You know what, I'm gonna wait a minute for Setch to come back, because I want him here for this. Remember when you convinced Samco's dad to hand over a family heirloom by saying we need it, and we'll leave you alone if you give us it? Yeah. Yeah, I remember that. Let's grab... Oh, I was about to do some super chats because I wanted you here for this. Why is monetization off for this stream? It should be on. Hold on. I'm going to check that quickly. We might just have been demonetized because of swearing and stuff. Anyways, so there's like 2 RPG mechanics to character building at the start of the game, and they're both terrible. The first of which is backgrounds, and the second of which is traits. And I want Setch here for this because of how fucked this is. So, backgrounds are pretty much classes, except not really. So you would expect a background to be, like, where your character comes from. Are you nobility? Are you a street urchin? Are you a rogue? Or, well, not a rogue as in the class, but like a roguish type character. No, what they are is a selection of 3 skills you get at the start, and that's it. It's not even a proper class. It's just literally your first 3 skill points essentially chosen for you based on which background you pick. And you can't custom make them either. You have to pick one of the existing ones.
Yeah, because you think there's one where it's like file not found or like unlisted file or something.
Yeah.
And it gives you 3 skills anyways. You can't change them or anything. It's just 3 other generic skills. It's like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
You think that would be the one that would let you pick what you wanted.
Yeah, and it isn't even a proper background either, because I don't think the game acknowledges it in any way. During the main story, they have a character, Setch had her as a companion for a bit, who asks you, oh, you know, what's your backstory? Where do you come from? Like, doesn't she literally say, what's your backstory?
Mm-hmm.
And your options are pretty much nothing related to your actual backstory.
There's literally nothing that involves your backstory. You can't pick anything specific.
Yeah.
They're all the same choice, regardless of what background you chose.
Yeah. And the background is already incongruent with the start of the game, because when you start the game, you're working in a mine. You're a fucking space miner. It's like, okay, you know, that could be a starting point for a game. That's fine. But then you have these backstories that don't fit with that. Like, oh, you're a xenobiologist. You're a chef. Why the fuck are you mining then?
Yeah. What happened?
So yeah, your backstory is essentially nothing. It's meaningless. It doesn't stand for anything. It's just a way for the game to explain, hey, here's your starting skills, your 3 starting skills. It's awful.
Yep.
And then we get to traits, which are also terrible through and through. It's like the concept of a trait was explained to Bethesda, and then they didn't fully understand it. And
yeah,
like everything they added for traits technically does function under the idea of a trait. It's just not what traits should be. Because, like, for example, one of the traits
should be back. A lot of the traits should be backgrounds.
Yes, they should be backgrounds, where some of them are, like, religion-based, or I think some of them are faction-based.
Yes, they're religion and faction-based.
And this is a majority of the traits in the game, too. Like, we're talking, it's a very small list, and almost the entire list is either religion or faction-based traits.
And there are only 3 traits out of all of them. Only one of them actually acts like a trait, and 2 of them are like maybe potentially, and then everything else should have been a background.
Yeah, the 2 maybe potentially ones are stuff to be like the weakest traits in a different game.
They would be the traits you would pick as your dump stat traits to try to farm to get other things. Like, oh, I'm very light at drinking alcohol. I'm a lightweight when it comes to drinking alcohol. That way I can get light step instead. Because now I have my negatives are enough that I have enough negative points to pick a positive trait, sort of thing. That's kind of the height of Bethesda's trait system.
Yeah.
It's that bad.
And then there's other garbage in there, like, oh, you have parents, and you get to visit your video game parents, and you have to pay money to them. Or, oh, you have a dream house, but you have to pay rent on it, but you can also pay off the mortgage. It's the, you're on the, I forget what it's called exactly. It's essentially the infinite mortgage plan, where anytime you make a payment towards your house, it is all interest. It doesn't actually pay down what you owe. If you want to buy your house, you have to pay for, like, the whole thing all at once.
Yep.
Yeah, they're terrible.
The only actual trait is the alien DNA trait, which is you start with more health and oxygen, but healing items do less for you.
Yeah.
That's an actual fucking trait.
Food items specifically.
Yeah. But the worst part about that being an actual fucking trait is you can go to any doctor in the game and get it removed.
You can?
Yep.
Can you go to a doctor and get your I have parents trait removed?
I have no idea on that one. But the alien DNA one, yep, you can absolutely get rid of it.
Wow. And also, as we just saw there, I'm actually going to rewind for this one. Part of the main story is to go to these temples where you have to collect space jizz floating in this room. I think you have to do one of them as part of the main quest, and the rest are optional. But
yeah,
it's this long, drawn-out process of, hey, here's a sparkling glob of space jizz. Go fly into it, and the rings in the center of the room will spin faster and faster until they all align, and then you fly through that, and they'll give you a magic space power.
Yeah, but keep in mind, these little space dust things you see are on a very short time span.
Yeah.
You need to get multiple in a row to get the thing to work, but if there's one that just spawns too far away from you, it's better to just wait for it to run out of time and spawn a new one that's hopefully closer.
Yeah, because it's likely to disappear right before you get there, which happened to me multiple times.
Yeah, it's why originally we were thinking you needed to do it like 14 or some times. No, it's just that you were getting so unlucky because they would despawn the moment you got to it, or like the moment before you got to it.
Yeah.
It's so annoying. And you do this every time wait for it, chat, for 220 times.
There's that many?
Yes.
I assume some of those are just upgrading existing powers, right?
I have no idea. But apparently there are that many, and they are literally in the game's files labeled as spells.
I don't mind them being labeled as that in the game. It makes sense that, like, background, they're just going to use existing labels from previous games, since this game is built on the corpse of Fallout 4, which is built on the corpse of Skyrim, which is built on the corpse of Fallout 3, which is built on the corpse of Oblivion. So, that at least does make some kind of sense that it's based on an existing system.
Yeah, and because Kree didn't do the temples a bunch, you saw it there for me. I got attacked by Spaceborne in every temple from then on. Kree didn't have that.
Is it
At every
Spaceborne or
temple,
Starborn? I
everything.
thought it was Starborn.
Starborn, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's so stupid either way. Like, getting the correct term, it doesn't make it better.
Did they have to fucking name it so similarly to Dragonborn?
Probably because Emil probably thinks he's being clever. You know what I mean? Emil, when he thinks he's being clever, is like the most cringy, fucking awful shit you can imagine.
Oh yeah, the main story for this game gets incredibly fucking pretentious towards the end.
It is incredibly stupid. It contradicts itself all the way throughout.
Oh.
And it just gets so much worse at the end when you get the fucking grade school,
Well,
like literally kindergarten philosophy nonsense drip fed to you.
we'll get to that. But first, quickly, Spaceborne is a meme name. That actually reminds me. Remember the South Park episode where they made fun of Avatar?
A bit, yeah.
Okay, so in this episode, Cartman is, I think it's Cartman. He finds this, like, Smurf village and he's trying to help them, and it's basically supposed to be making fun of Avatar. This is shortly after the movie came out, or just before it came out, and they talked about, somewhere, I forget where, about the making of this episode where it's like, oh, what is the resource in Avatar called that they want? And it's like, oh, it's unobtainium, and they laughed. They were like, there's no fucking way it's called that. That's stupid. That's retarded. We're just gonna make our own thing up. We're gonna go with Smurf berries. And then it actually turned out to be unobtainium.
Yep.
That's kind of what Starboard is. I can imagine the same scenario playing out. It's like, actually, the same scenario did kind of play out with us, where people told us it's Starboard. It's like, no. There's no way they call it something that fucking dumb.
Yeah.
They called it something that fucking dumb. But
Yeah.
at least it couldn't get any worse. But it did get worse.
It got so much worse. Like, I cannot believe how awful this game's story is. I just can't believe.
Are we going to get into that now?
I guess, yeah, let's just do it.
Alright.
Let's do it.
So, as we've already talked about, a vast majority of the main story is collecting artifact pieces, or they're fetch quests, and there's fetch quests for fetch quests. One of the early ones is, oh yeah, there's a guy who found one of these metal pieces, and he's got it, but he's gone missing, so you have to go to this place to get information, to go find him, and then you get it. And a lot of the main story is like that, and they try to put up speed bumps here and there, like the bank heist, or there's one between the bank heist and Neon. I can't remember what it was.
God damn it, hang on.
What?
5 pounds from Dreadnought. Thank you. In their tongue, he is Space-akin! Starborn! That's footage of Space-akin using Fusro-Da to fight a space pirate ship.
Well, before we move on, we should grab those other super chats.
Okay, yeah, sure. Sure.
Yep, just waiting for it to load up. $2 from Austin Ustantine. Thank you. Wait, this is no game? It's pain! Yep.
Yeah, it really is. It really is.
£5 from Gorbs. Thank you. Can't pacifist in Starfield because you need to do sneak attacks to level up stealth. Not stay hidden. Attack people to get better at hiding. Oh man, that is
Yep.
dumb, yeah.
Yeah.
My goal is
that
to
is-
sneak through this area undetected. To do so, I'm going to fucking shoot my shotgun at this guy.
Yeah.
Good game design, Bethesda. 10 out of 10.
And it's not just like it's number of sneak attacks, by the way, too, which is so fucking annoying.
Yeah, we'll have to talk about the skill system at some point. I hate it.
This skill system is awful.
Yeah. In fact, we could detour to that after the super chats before we continue with the main story, just to get it out of the way.
Yeah, it sounds good.
$5 from Abdulio. Thank you. This is supposed to be Todd's passion project, and this is a result for something he truly cares about. There is no hope for the future of Fallout and the Elder Scrolls. Yep. It's kind of insane when you hear stuff like 25 years in the making, this is our passion project, this is a big deal. And then it's just so shit all the way around. I am honestly baffled at how people play this game and think it's fucking amazing.
Yeah. Honestly, I think a lot of it is just pure cope. They can't handle the fact that they spent $100 to get this.
Oh, yeah.
As Asmongold said, like, if he had spent $100 on Starfield, he'd be coping too.
$2 from Danger Dave. Thank you. Baldur's Gate 3 better get Game of the Year over Starfield. Yeah.
It actually deserves it. Baldur's Gate 3, unironically, is the best RPG yet made. Ever made, because, again, that leads into all kinds of things like, oh, so there'll never be one as good of it in the future? I hope not. I hope there will be ones that surpass it in the future. Because that would be awesome. It means more great games. But for now, it is the king of RPGs. It is the top. It is at the top of the pyramid.
Anyways, just to talk about skills quickly, because it'll be a fast one to get over with. Every time you level up, you get a skill point. One skill point. This is essentially Fallout 4's trait system renamed to be skills. It functions kind of more like 7 Days to Die skill system, just without the overall attributes like perception and strength and stuff like that. But this is what allows you to obviously do things in the game, like fly better ships or pick better locks. And on its own, just like that, it'd be like, okay, I see what you're doing here. That's fine, I guess. It's not terrible. It functions. The big sticking point is to upgrade your skill further, you need to complete challenges every single time.
Yeah, which are stupid.
A lot of them are dumb, like the sneak one we talked about, thanks to that super chat, where my goal is to move around undetected, so I'm going to kill people, which is going to get me detected.
Yeah.
Or sneak attack people, so maybe not necessarily killing, but doing things that are going to get you detected. It's awful. And it's like this for every skill. You want to fly better ships, you need to destroy other ships. Why? I don't know. Simply disabling them and taking them over isn't enough, you have to destroy them. Which leads it to the incredibly stupid situation where you can find a derelict ship floating in space not going anywhere, and you can blow that up and get credit for it to raise your skill.
Yep.
So it's not even the act of battling another ship, it is simply destruction. It's like, it almost certainly doesn't exist within this game because it would be too much of a cheat, but imagine if you came across, like, a ship graveyard in space where there's just a bunch of ships floating there, and they're all empty and abandoned and whatever else, and you just blow up 20 ships at once, and then level up your skill. Even though that's, like, no effort, it takes no skill, it's nothing.
Yeah. Extra spooky. You can play Baldur's Gate 3 on consoles. The Xbox release is coming soon, and the PlayStation has already released. So you can actually play Baldur's Gate 3, and the controls for it are actually pretty good.
Uh-oh, apparently I missed the
Hey.
voices will not stop comment.
Oh no.
Something about 25 years. I'm scrolling up to look for it. Todd and I are equally good at wasting 25 years, it would seem.
Yeah.
Anyways, let's get back to that main story. I forget what the next speed bump is on the artifact collection thing, but one of the ones we get is to go to Neon, and we've already gone through that. We don't need to go through it again. But upon leaving Neon, oh my god, an alien ship showed up. Now keep in mind, this is a universe entirely populated by wildlife and humans. There are no intelligent aliens that exist in the world. There's no... You can't run into Chewbacca. Or Romulans.
Or Jar Jar Binks, thank God.
Yeah. Honestly, that would be preferable to a lot of the characters in this game. But anyways, yeah, it's only humans. So upon leaving Neon, oh my god, an alien spaceship! This is something that should be like... Well, first of all, the artifact pieces are already, like, very obviously not human-made. And this should be a big fucking deal. Everyone in the universe should care about this, because it's signs of alien life, it's signs of intelligent life, because obviously wildlife are technically aliens, they're just not intelligent, you can't really talk to them. I mean, you can talk to them, but they won't talk back.
As we said on stream before, it doesn't have to be that they're these giant space temples with flying anti-grav rocks, stuff like that. That's obviously super fantastical. If we went to fucking Mars, right, and we actually landed on Mars and we found an abandoned mine shaft, that alone would already like send shockwaves through the scientific community.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't even have to be something super magical or fantastical. It could be something like, oh my god, that's a mine shaft. But we're the first people to set foot on Mars in human history. Instantaneously, you know, the Fermi paradox already. Because, well, now it's been answered.
Yeah. So, we're fighting these obviously alien artifacts. They have an effect on people, and it's like, yeah, no one cares. No one in the universe cares, except for this obscure little group Constellation, which a lot of people think are a joke. And by the way, not just that people think are a joke, Constellation are a group of explorers in a universe that's fully explored. Every single planet you go to, someone else has been to already. And if they haven't been there already, then there's a very, very high chance that people are going to be landing there as you're there. Because even on desolate rocks with fucking nothing on it, there are ships landing there all the time. I think Earth is the only planet I landed on where a random ship didn't land like fucking 500 feet away.
No, you're wrong. It did. But I guess that was later when you revisit Earth, part of the quest, because the
well, yeah, that's part of the main story.
There.
That's different.
Yeah.
I'm talking about randos.
Yeah.
But anyways, so you're an explorer in a universe where everywhere you can go to has been explored. So how the fuck are you an explorer? Remember, in the Direct, the Starfield Direct, they said, oh yeah, the Constellation, they're the last true explorers. It makes so much sense now why they were so vague during the Direct, because they knew if they said anything about this main story, people would be like, that sounds like fucking dog shit. Because there's nothing here. So yeah, you get confronted leaving Neon by an alien. He's a big ol' alien in an alien ship that no one has ever seen before. He demands your artifact pieces, or you will face retribution for stealing something that belongs to his people. Remember, everything is being worded here to make it seem like he's an alien. He's not an alien, as we're gonna find out.
I know. I hate that so much. Yeah, I guess we can guess. It's not. Oh no, we'll get to that because we need to set up exactly how you discover this truth.
Oh yeah, it is very irritating. So we We return. Well, we either run away or blow him up. He doesn't actually die, so fuck you.
Well, that was the thing too. I tried to do the runaway option.
Yeah, and it
But
won't let you.
it said I could not leave in combat. You're in combat. You can't grab jump.
Oh,
So I was like, what the fuck?
Here's the scow, by the way. We're going to see this messy ship in a minute. And how
Yeah.
starkly different it is from the entire rest of the game.
Yeah, first off, the fact you can actually go on board a big ship. Because you can't do that in the rest of the game.
The other thing is with this main story... back to the main story, I should say. After you deal with this guy who is a Starborn, as we learn, you return to the Lodge, where Constellation's main base, and you show them this picture of the ship, and they're like, "Oh my god, we've never seen anything like it. That's no human design." And then you have this really inane conversation where, like, "Oh, well, it has to be a human ship. Oh, well, maybe it's aliens. Oh, well, maybe it's angels." It's like, oh my god, I hate all of you. Please die.
Yeah.
Please die immediately. Cease living.
Yep.
PETA, why is the horse still silent in Discord? What happened to the horse? He's here. It's just, he didn't play the game, and me and Setch have, and I feel like both of us are way more annoyed at the shit in this game than he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's just
He just had to sleep through our streams.
pretty well. Like, there's just not much for me to say, and honestly, I don't want to, like, try to talk over you guys when you actually know more about what the game has than I do.
Yeah, but if there is anything you have to, or you want to say, speak up. Don't just let us run away with this.
Like, the only thing I'd be able to really say is just the stuff that we've, like, watched together, like Sam's video, where,
Oh, yeah, that... Yeah, we can talk about that briefly, where, like, he's talking about what mods should be made to the game, and they're purely, like, quality of life improvements, like, oh, hey, I see something off in the distance that looks interesting. It takes me several minutes to walk over there and find out it's nothing.
yeah. It's like, I don't think he realizes how much he's damning the game. Like, he clearly has, like, issues with it and is criticizing it, but he's also saying stuff where it's like, my issue isn't that the planet I'm visiting is empty with nothing to look around. It's that it takes me several minutes to get there, look at the thing, do absolutely nothing with it, and then go back to my ship. And it's like, that's a problem as well. You shouldn't even want to go look at, like, what the thing is when there's nothing to do to it at all. Like, there's just nothing.
Yeah, it's just a prop in the world.
And I think the biggest thing was the Ebside gang thing, where there's just like there's all this talk about how terrible Ebside is, and all the gangs and all the people there talk about how violent and horrible it is to live there. But then you listen to the conversations, and they're talking about, like, 401ks and shit, like very basic stuff.
My
and
wife is
it's
pregnant
actually,
and like shit
Yeah.
like that.
and it's actually like he wandered around for like 2 hours, never got mugged, never had anybody attack him, nothing happened. And then he's like, but then I remember playing New Vegas, and I went to Freeside, and I'm there for like 2 minutes, and a mugger looks at me and is like, you look like you have something, and then he would beat you with a lead pipe. And then he was like, he even mentions, like, I thought maybe that was just nostalgia, so I went back to New Vegas to try it out. And he's like, I was there for 8 minutes, and I ran into a drug dealer and got mugged like 3 times, and then someone else got mugged.
And there's a kid chasing a rat.
Yeah, and he was like, oh, yeah, there's a kid chasing a rat with a knife, and he's like, you know it's a bad neighborhood when you see that.
Yep. But anyways, after the alien ship, I think you collect more artifact pieces, and now Starborn starts showing up to each, like, cave that has artifact pieces, and each of the temples that give you magic powers. Eventually, though, the Eye, this epic space station that Constellation owns, that's really good at scanning for artifact pieces. It's actually in poor state and needs to be repaired. So, you, player character, and a selection of random NPCs has to go up to the Eye to go work on it, to go fix it. And in this quest, you fly up to the space station, interact with a couple things, and then leave. This is literally to split Constellation in two so someone can die.
Yep. That's literally all it is. It's so fucking railroady. It's painful.
It is insanely contrived, and I hate it. I hate it so much. Like many issues in storytelling, contrivances come in all kinds of shapes and sizes, and sometimes it's like, okay, you know what? That contrivance, that's just a little thing to keep the story going. It's not the biggest of deals, it's whatever. It's fine, I can deal with it. I'm not going to complain too much about it. It is kind of dumb, though, but, you know. This is a massive one. This is insane, because it's literally just splitting up the group arbitrarily, so, like, someone can get killed off to have a tragic moment. Like, there's no good reason for it. The Eye always looks like a fucking piece of shit. It doesn't look better after, from what I remember. It looked like a piece of garbage before. And, like, nothing changes in terms of gameplay. This is just to kill someone off. This did lead to one of my favorite moments in the entire game, just because of how stupid and broken it is, though. So, I'm at the lodge. I'm being told that the Eye is under attack by a Starborn who calls himself the Hunter. And I actually have this in the script for my Starfield review. He talks like a fucking some loser's edgy Sonic OC character, where he like evilly laughs, and like it is fucking god awful. It's like that one meme, nothing personnel, kid.
Yep.
It is terrible. It is a fucking cartoon character bad. Like a really bad cartoon character. He's up there attacking the Eye, and within a matter of seconds he's in the lodge somehow. How does he travel that distance instantaneously? I don't know. I died a couple times in this section, thank God, because I wouldn't have discovered this otherwise. So I'm on the main floor, and there's this balcony on the second floor overlooking the main floor. And, Walter is upstairs. He's got a gun. He's looking over the balcony towards the front entrance, because that's probably where he's going to come from. It's like, okay, yeah, sure. I look towards the front entrance, and the Starborn doesn't come from there. The Hunter doesn't come from there. Suddenly, somehow, Walter has been captured by this guy and is being held hostage. You have to go to him. So I do, and I die. Second time, it's like, okay, he's going to be upstairs, so I'm going to take the back hallway around and come up behind him when he grabs Walter. So I do that. I open the door, or might already be open, I don't remember. And I start shooting at him to no effect. He is immune to damage until you walk close enough for him to trigger, like, being active. Until then, he's completely immune to damage. It is fucking terrible. So I engage with him and I die again. So this time, the third time, I'm like, okay, how the fuck does Walter get captured if he's standing at the railing of the balcony and then he's like deep into this bar area? What happens? So I stand on the main floor and I look up at the balcony towards where he is. And after they do their whole dialogue thing, Walter turns around and runs deeper into the room, away from the balcony. Actually, I think I ran upstairs to see this. And he just snaps into his, oh no, I've been captured pose. And the Starborn spawns behind him in the I'm holding someone captive pose.
Yep.
He literally runs away for no reason to go get captured so the sequence can play out. It is fucking terrible. Like the rest of the game. Bethesda loves railroading their players, so that they do. $5 from Just the Guy from Alabama. Thank you. Speaking of companies that have fan bases they don't deserve, Supermassive Games makes nothing but liquid shit and somehow has very vocal and loyal fans. I don't know who Supermassive is. The name is familiar, I don't know what they make, though.
Wait, was that a super chat, or what was that?
That was a super chat.
Supermassive Game?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Gotta make sure that I'm getting the right one. Oh yeah, Supermassive Games. Okay, not Supergiant. Oh god, I got the two companies mixed up. Because I thought you were talking about Supergiant Games. No, yeah, Supermassive Games. I agree. They make the god awful, the Dark Pictures, the Quarry, Until Dawn. That's them.
Oh, they're the ones who made Little Hope?
Yes.
Oh yeah, fuck those guys.
Yeah.
$5.
I agree 100%.
Yeah. $5 from Stephen Wright, thank you. But guys, no one cares about the main story. Just explore and shoot generic bad guys all day, and download mods. That's where the fun is, lol. That's unironically an argument people make. People make the argument, and I don't know how long they've been making it, but I've heard it as far back as Fallout 4 at least, that these are just modding platforms. You're not meant to like take the story too seriously. They're just made for modding. It's like, shut the fuck up. Gary's mod is made for modding. You notice how it doesn't have a story or like fucking handcrafted content by the people who made it?
Yeah, it's a tool platform.
So yeah, after we deal with the Starborn... Oh, actually, there's still more to this story. So, I actually defeat the Starborn, the Hunter. And after that, the rest of Constellation's like, oh my god, we have to escape, we have to run away. It's like, we do? I just killed them. And then we have to go through this underground section where they're all slightly jogging, but they're supposed to be terrified. It's supposed to be a tense moment. No one else in the underground seems to care. And it just comes across as really, really fucking lame. We get out to the surface. Everything is nice and fine and peaceful. There's nothing wrong. It's all normal. It's all normal. It's tranquil. We get into our ship. We fly to the Eye. And shock horror, an NPC has died. This, from what I've heard, tends to be the companion you're romancing. And if you're not romancing anyone, it's either Barrett on the Eye or Sarah in the Lodge. Because you have the option to run to the Eye and defend that instead of the Lodge.
Yeah.
But anyways, yeah, there's nothing you could do for Barrett. Even your medicine skill, if you have it, is like, yeah, there's nothing I could do for him, which I don't even know why that exists, because that doesn't add anything. We know he's dead. You check on everyone else, people come off the ship, and one of the Constellation characters is like, oh, where's Barrett? It's like, bitch, you can see his body from where you're standing. What do you mean, where is he?
Yeah.
But after
Bree actually got the animation to fire off properly, though. In mine, the animation didn't fucking work. And, oh god, the body just started floating like it was fucking possessed.
How far away is that from where we are now? You're on the Scow right now.
Well, you have the Scow, and then you do the Eye. Hold on.
You were already on the Eye for the repair thing, I think. Oh, that's you in the underground. So this is probably after he picked up the body.
Oh yeah, you're right. That makes sense. Back up more. I got you, Walter.
Oh god, that death pose. That looks so bad!
Yeah.
Oh, that's going in the video. Well, I already said your character lifting up the video, or the bleh. Sam
So here
lifting
we
up
go.
Sarah is going in the video, but
Look. Just watch. Just watch. Comes to go over to it. I was like, what are you talking about? And then all of a sudden...
she's alive! She's not dead! Quickly get her a med pack.
She's clearly moving and holding herself upright.
Dude, there's a lot of blood there that you're kind of sitting in. You maybe want to... Well, it's too late now, but oh my god.
Yeah.
It keeps teleporting in and out! Oh my god!
Yep.
See, when you said he picks her up, I thought you meant, like, picks her up all the way, like, into the air to carry her, and then she just
No.
started floating. That would have been fucking funny.
Yeah, no, I think I probably would have fucking died at that point.
How unfortunate Vasco survived, and this guy survived.
Yeah, everybody else survived. Every single other person.
Yeah.
They all survived.
It's just the character you're supposed to care about that dies. So anyways, yeah, after all that, see, I went back up to the eye, I came back down to the city, and the city was in fucking ruins. There's blood all over the place, injured people, there's, like, a security gate that was, like, heavily damaged. It looked like a fucking war zone. Even though, like...
Even better. Even better. It looks like a fucking war zone, and you talk to any NPC, and it's just the same generic nonsense dialogue. Like nothing happened.
Yep. And keep in mind, when I left the city, it was in perfect condition, and I defeated the Starborn, and now it looks like a war zone in just the span of 2 minutes. When, keep in mind, when I got into space, the Starborn was like, the Hunter was like, oh, you're actually pretty good.
It's not often I'm bested.
It's not often I'm bested. Here's a weapon as a reward. And he dumps a random weapon into your inventory somehow.
I bested him here, and he still teleports around and chases me throughout the sewer system and the city. He just teleports at will. And then he's like, oh, it's not often I'm bested, and he gave me an item too.
So, yeah, the city is like a complete fucking mess after I get back down there when it shouldn't be. One fast travel...
I'm going to try to jump ahead in the video to show chat this.
Alright. One fast travel later, and the city is back to normal as if nothing ever happened. All the junk and debris and injured people and everything is just gone. All the blood is washed away after a fast travel. It's a really good game, guys. 10 out of 10 for sure. God.
Here you go. Here's the...
It's just the fact that it's so fucking lazily made all the way around. It's insanity.
So here we go. I just come back to the planet, and suddenly it's a war zone.
Yep, all the lights are normally blue. There are in red. There's fires, junk, security barricades. There's the gate that's like fucking half ripped apart. I don't know how the Starborn... I don't know how the Hunter managed to do that.
Yeah, do you like how the thing fucking smears as well? Look at that. I was like, ew. Yeah, and this is me asking my chat, like, what the fuck happened? None of this happened while we were here. And I just go up to... So there's some random NPCs here, because I wanted to go sell some fucking equipment. And that's what I originally wanted to do. And I go up to talk to a random NPC, and they just have generic fucking dialogue. And like, they don't even care about what's happened.
I should mention, too, because you can't see it in such as footage here, I landed during the day. And it's like a smoggy, brown sky kind of day because of the destruction, because of all the smoke. And then you, like, fast travel to a different part of the city, and it's clear blue skies again.
Yeah.
It's like you're in two different parts of the world, rather than like 50 feet away.
And so here I'm gonna get on the maglev train, but I think this first one. Here we go. This NPC. I run up to her. It's like what? It's like what? How dare you watch me get patched up and fucking plebeian? And look now, this other district, it's just fine.
Yeah, no one gives a shit that part of the city, like, this is the biggest human settlement in the galaxy. No one gives a shit that it's just been attacked and, like, severely damaged.
Yep.
I say severely. It's like, no buildings are destroyed, but, like, it's more damage than what a single person should be able to do.
I'd say, so Daniel Survivor says, Outer Worlds is a good kind of mid game, while Starfield is such a bad kind of mid that it's insultingly boring.
I wouldn't call it mid.
Saying this game is mid is giving it way too much credit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
this
yeah,
game is bad.
They pull a similar thing with the Lodge here, where it's all, like, messy and ruined, and stuff is destroyed, there's garbage all over the place. Oh my god, how tragic. And then, it's just all back to normal. It's all fine.
I think that might be here. My footage and everything. Like, here you can see, I think you can still see everything messed up, yeah.
Oh yeah, the ship is on the ground.
And then we'll come back. Yeah, then we'll come back and it'll literally be perfect, like, all back to normal.
It's really nice of the hunter to not burn down the lodge.
Yeah. And this starts one of the most fucking railroady ass polls of all time. Which was, do you remember what the hunter said? He said the word unity. Doesn't that sound familiar? It's like,
yeah, it's a fucking game engine.
The word unity? Yeah. And it's like, my religion talks about the unity. And it's like, I'm pretty sure tons of religions have unity in their fucking text, you idiot.
Yeah. This section of the game is so insanely contrived, but also, this is probably one of the worst examples of fetch quest leading to fetch quest leading to fetch quest leading to fetch quest. I hate it so much.
Yep.
So, with his thing on the Unity, we go off and visit the Space Pope. He's a religious leader. He's a fucking Space Pope. And he's like, our religion has this story of the pilgrim who something whatever. But these other two groups, they have a similar story. You should go listen to them. We just so happen to have someone here in this city who could tell you the one story, and we've captured a snake cult person who could tell you their story. So
keep in mind, too, chat, my playthrough, I was a snake cultist in my playthrough. That was one of my traits I chose, was to be part of the Embraced.
Yeah.
And it literally does nothing. There is one time I called into a bunch of Varun ships that are like, peace be with you, brother, and stuff like that. And that was it. So I avoided a single fight. And then for this dialogue, I can talk about being the Embraced, and she'll give me the cultist spacesuit. And that's it.
Oh.
Yeah, it's because, guess what? House Varun doesn't exist in the fucking game. It has been confirmed. It does not exist anywhere in the game.
Really? So it's just a bunch of spaceships you run into from time to time and have to fight.
Yeah, it's supposed to exist in the game. They just didn't add it. They were too fucking lazy.
Jesus Christ. Since you mentioned her giving you the spacesuit, though, that reminds me of something. Remember earlier how I talked about how during the main story I got captured by the cops, and they were like, hey, we want you to infiltrate the Crimson Cringe faction, the pirates. They put me in, like, a cell for interrogation. They talk to you, they try to force you to do their thing. And when you get control back of your character, you still have all your shit. They arrested you and let you keep your guns when they're trying to force you into doing something. So you can just start killing them if you want to. It's really dumb.
Yep.
But anyways,
yeah. So Space Pope here sends you to go talk with the cultist they captured, who's on a terrorist mission to do something, but they've been arrested by our glorious police forces, and now they're in prison. So go talk with them, and because I was a snake cultist member too, she opened up to me like immediately, so I got that part of the story. And then I went and talked to the other guy and got their part of the story because he's down in the sewer system area, or he's near the entrance to the sewer system, or he's down there. It's one of the two. Basically, they're the we help the poor people faction.
Yeah.
And then you go back with these two stories, and they're like, both stories had numbers in it. Well, what if we take those numbers and through wibbly-wobbly fucking bullshit pulled out of my ass nonsense, I realized that's referring to the second planet in a solar system.
Yeah, because one of the stories said,
Two.
second and two a bunch of times. It's like, oh, that has to have some relevance to something.
Yeah,
Then,
that must mean the second planet of a solar system.
yeah.
But what solar system? And then he like tells you this title of this book out of fucking nowhere that he has that the space pilgrim told them, and by taking out different parts of the title, you come up with the solar system.
You know, you can take a lot of sentences that people say and like speak and write down, and if you take random letters out of random words, you can construct new words out of them.
Yep.
That's the level of logic we're working on here to get our next lead.
Guys, I don't think you understand. I'm not being hyperbolic here. This
No,
is
we're not.
exactly what happens.
In fact, let's skip ahead just a bit so we can see that. In fact, I might even unmute your stream just so we get that full block of dialogue, because it is insane.
Yeah, it is genuinely one of the stupidest fucking things I've ever heard. Oh, here we go.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to it.
Yeah.
I think it's right after this menuing you do. Because that looked like you're near the... Oh, there we go. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, we're
so
running
I turned
back
volume back up. Like, this is so fucking bad.
It is. It just...
Starfield players where they find out what anagrams are.
Yep. There we go.
Oh, you're back. What did you learn? Was there something hidden in their stories, like we thought?
Did you pause it?
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I forgot. Discord doing the thing. Look at on screen. Look at like what your dialogue choices are. Why did your character like discard all the rest of the story and be like, use the word second and two? I spoke to the Varun Zealot. She said Janan fought 4 times over 120 days. And it's like, what? Like, why did you discard the entire rest of the story? Like, what automatically made you think that those were important? Those specific things were important. And it just gets even dumber because, as you see, in your story, the Pilgrim contemplates infinitum addendum that must mean something. And, when you see this and you see how the Space Pope ass pulls this fucking out, just, oh, Jesus.
And keep in mind, too, if you're looking for something in a text, you can make, like, your mind will make shit up to make sense to you.
It's literally the fucking Dan Brown, like, on the 3rd page, 5th paragraph, it says the word hope. So if we take that word, which is a 4-letter word, and we put it in and look at the 4th paragraph on page, it's that nonsense. It's the fucking, the horse shit, like the 9/11 when put together is the number 11. Therefore, if we take this on the 11th month of the, it's that sort of like nonsense. Yeah, just brace yourself, chat. You aren't prepared for how fucked this gets. You know, in the story, use the word second and two.
Planets are often named by number.
Lightning story use second and two. Planets are often named by number. What? How? How did you already make that leap that it's a planet? Like right now. Like already. You've already made a leap. How?
What if it's referring to 2nd Street in New York?
Yeah,
Or any other
what if
city.
Or if it actually is doing even more the Dan Brown thing on the nose, the second page of whatever book. Maybe the second page of the Addendum Infinitum or something like that.
Might mean the second planet in the system. What else did you learn?
Jesus Christ. Spoke to the veteran zealot. She said Janan fought 4 times over 120 days.
If there really is a location the Pilgrim wanted us to find, those do sound awfully like coordinates.
Oh, wow. 4 and 120 are coordinates. How did you get that? Like, what? If I just said 4, if I just looked at you chat right now and I said 793, how would you make the leap to logic that those are coordinates?
Because
Rather
of
than just
course
being
they
random
are,
numbers.
duh.
Yeah. And also, so these are coordinates that are just X and Y axis then. Okay, that's fucked. Why wouldn't it be X, Y, and Z coordinates?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Anything else?
Is there anything else? Sorry, the Pilgrim contemplates an addendum. That must mean something.
Yes. What he added to infinity. Maybe that points to a name. If we're looking for his resting place, we'd need to know the name of the star system, wouldn't we? Let's see. We have something that could be coordinates. Something that could point to a planet in the system. But what's the name of the system? Infinitum addendum. What if we break down the parts? No systems named finite or add. That just leaves in and dumb. Well, that's certainly how I feel.
I fucking hate this so much.
And there you go. There's the reveal. In-dumb system. It's the in-dumb system. How he immediately excluded everything else to get down to in and dumb. Jesus Christ. So it's the second planet of the in-dumb system at coordinates 4 and 120. This is what we're talking about. This is the... What? Like, this isn't deep. This is some fucking pseudo-nonsensical horseshit.
We also have to think on how fucking insane it is for the series of events to happen. 1 second. Because I don't know what the Pilgrim is. Is he like a regular person or is he a Starborn? If
He's a Starborn.
He is a Starborn. So how does he fucking die in every single universe in the same place so he can lead someone to the meeting spot of the emissary and the hunter?
Oh, we need to get to that point because we need to get to... Yeah, no, yeah.
But
we
more than
need
that...
to get to the emissary and hunter first.
But more than that...
Before we talk about that.
It's also insane that he put out these 3 different versions of the story so people can, like, somehow find him?
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Yeah. I cannot wait. That's the name of the star system.
Yes, that's it. The second planet in Indo. At 4 and
Jesus
120.
Christ, what a lame
That's
fucking
where
thing.
Maybe you'll find the true meaning of...
I can hear the pain in your voice.
Yeah.
You've now spoken to
Wait, are they seriously named Starborn? Yes, they are.
They are named Starborn. They are 100% named Starborn.
With you on this journey.
I think that's all we need from the audio here, right?
Yeah.
Alright. So, yep, after that, we go to the Starborn's house, which I don't know when he was supposed to be there last. All the shit looks modern. Like, there's a regular computer that's still working, there's modern, like, space paneling stuff. You have to answer a few questions on his terminal to get in, and then he has a note there somewhere that gives you coordinates for a place to go. See what I mean by fetch quest leading to fetch quest leading to fetch quest? Oh, we have to talk to the Pope, who asks us to talk to these two people to tell us a story, so we can go back and talk to the Pope, so we can find the Pilgrim's house, so we can find where he's directing us to meet the Starborn. And then there's, more fetch quests after that with the fucking stupid, like, alien bug creature leading you to the magic thing.
Which I didn't even get because I didn't come from that angle. I came from the backside of it and I actually thought they were hostile the entire time. And I was just getting, and they just bugged out.
So yeah, after we do the Starborn thing, we, we want the footage on for this one. Yeah, after we find the Pilgrim, and what that leads to, we encounter the Starborn again. Dun dun dun!
Hang on, I did want to point out on this thing that we're in a game where there are no, like, there's no vehicles or good methodology of travel, and you come up to this, and there's an island in the middle of this water.
Yeah, that's after we meet the Starborn, though. But yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, I want to bring this up because it's here, this thing I saw on screen. And again, we're in a spacesuit that's sealed from the vacuum of space. It's complete. It's a closed system. Nothing can get in. No liquids, no oxygen, nothing. Nothing can get into this.
Yeah.
And I'm going to go down here in the water and suddenly start taking massive amounts of fucking damage from, like, microbes getting into my skin somehow.
Yeah, the game doesn't detect that you're in liquid. You can't see his health bar because of the icon that's there, but bacterial contamination environment. His health bar...
see my health bar.
You know how radiation works in Fallout 4, where it's subtraction of your health bar? That's what's happening right now to his health bar. Oh, you just saw it go right
Look at my health. There you go. Look at my health. That's my max health now, and this is me. I know I'm screaming about this, like, this is so fucking stupid that I have just been crippled in health. Look, I have 68 max health now. God, I fucking hate this game.
I do too. It's terrible.
Game so much. It is so bad.
It's terrible in ways I couldn't have predicted either. Like, there's definitely some predictable shit there, but, like, this gets so bad. Oh my god.
Yeah, see, I think it's hostile, so I'm like, nope, nope, nope. Because I know I only have 68 HP. If he came up and sneezed on me, I'm dead. And again, I can't heal myself. That's literally, I've had my max HP drop down that low.
So anyways, we're going to go back a bit in the footage here. Because,
I'll let you do it, because mine's going wonky wonk.
Yeah. That's not it. Oh wait, no. Okay, I am wrong, because this is where the Pilgrim's thing leads us to, and what this is a there's this little star thing on the ground here. You have to press a couple buttons to move the light to go over the one we want, so we can get the coordinates of where to go. This is the entire reason you come to this planet. You land on this planet, interact with this bullshit, and then you fly away. This is a quest in this game.
Yep.
People think this is good.
Yep.
Brother in Christ, the fuck is this thumbnail for the stream, bro? It's how we feel about this terrible game.
Yeah, it's very fitting for how awful this game is.
But anyways, Seth is going to start interacting with this thing and sees how it works. There's a little light beam there. And, oh! You almost got it!
Yeah, I
Nope.
figured out what the system actually is for now.
What an amazing quest! Aren't you guys excited? I'm sure every single person in chat is just, like, pulling their wallets out right now to buy this game when you see
Boom.
amazing
There you
gameplay like this. So anyways, that tells you where to go next. And
Also, yes, those were religious texts that had all these clues. And somehow the religious texts for however long it's been haven't been corrupted or changed in the retellings or anything.
yeah. But anyways, so that thing leads us to our encounter with the Hunter and the Emissary. So the Emissary is the one who attacked us leaving Neon. The Hunter is obviously the one who attacked the Eye and the Lodge and killed one of our beloved companions that we care very much about. No. I'm just gonna skip ahead.
Yeah, this is me trying to navigate the fucking system so I
Okay.
can just jump to where I want to.
So
Because remember, there's lots of stuff based off fuel and everything. I can't just auto jump there, which
yeah.
annoys the piss out of me. Here we go.
Yep. But anyways, you talk to them, and they have this little back and forth about how, the Hunter is evil, but the Emissary is actually good, but no, he's not because he attacked you anyways.
Yeah. And again, they tell you that they've had this meeting hundreds of times in every...
Yeah, they've been to thousands of universes.
Yeah, and
So-
they always have this meeting, and the Hunter says he just does the meeting out of obligation, out of something to do each time.
Doesn't he say out of habit?
Yeah, basically.
So,
And this is
This-
where we get the big reveals of what the Starborn actually are.
before we get to that, though, when they say they've been to thousands of universes, this brings up so many questions, especially once we reach the end of the main story, because,
It's going to bring up a bunch of questions here based off what they say here.
yeah, that too.
Because
But-
none of this makes a lick of fucking sense
Nope.
already. Alright, this entire game's storyline and conflict is literally destroyed by them claiming they have this meeting every time in every new universe.
Well, not just that. This game's entire story gets destroyed several more times before the end. It's
Yep.
insane how many more problems there are with it than, like... The more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm leaning it might actually be worse than Fallout 4, which is kind of insanity.
It is. I would argue it absolutely is worse than Fallout 4.
But yeah, so the multiverse exists. They travel to multiple universes. Apparently it extends their life, because going through this whole song and dance 1,000 times... well, thousands they say, don't they? So
Yep.
more than, like, 2,000. That would imply a very long lifespan to do to go through that many universes and collect the pieces to go
they
to
said
the next
Starborn-
universe.
They said being Starborn makes you immortal.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, they say, well, ageless at least.
Ageless,
You don't
yeah,
have to worry
because...
about you don't have to worry about dying in that way.
Yeah.
And apparently, you don't have to worry about dying anyways, because if you fucking get killed, you're Starborn, and it's just like, nah, it didn't happen, bruh.
Well, I mean, for you still die.
Yeah, but we're not Starborn yet.
I mean, but once you are...
Fair. But for them, no. For them, it doesn't matter. Dying does nothing to these guys.
Yeah. But anyways, the big reveal is, God, how close are we to that? Oh, that's the other thing that we learn in this conversation. Apparently you're a fucking loser destined to die in pretty much every other version of reality. They've done this thousands of times, and you almost never survive. You're almost always
never
the
do.
one...
They say you never survive. You have never lived. And
Yeah.
all of their thousands of times through, we are the loser.
because that's what kind of changes like the hunter's direction here. He's kind of sort of the antagonist, but not really, because after attacking the lodge, he's like, yeah, I'm just curious to see what you'll do now, how far you'll go. Even though his whole motivation is collecting these artifact pieces to go to the next universe, he's just fine abandoning that now, apparently.
Yeah, he says he's going to take the road of the easiest path. That's what he always does. And the easiest path now is just to sit back and watch what happens. Because he tried to take the artifacts and you actually prevented him, which is something completely new. So now he says the easiest path is now to just let you finish doing all the dirty work for him instead. But again, none of this makes fucking sense because they treat it like only one can interact with the Unity. But by saying they have this conversation thousands of times in thousands of meetings and thousands of fucking universes, you have to have other people be able to carry on to the other universe.
Yeah, so this is the big thing, especially upon... we've already kind of spoiled it. When you beat the game, you become Starborn and go into the next universe.
Yeah.
So, this raises the question of the whole point of all of this is to get the artifact pieces so you could go into the next universe and do it all again. Bethesda has apparently created a story that you can do infinitely. How wonderful.
Even worse, the emissary and the hunter treat it like this is some super special rare thing that only one person can ever do it or whatever.
Yeah,
but
which would imply,
not true.
Yeah, because if only one person can ever collect the artifact pieces and go through to the next universe, that would imply that all the Starborn in this universe who failed are trapped there now. They've got no way to go on to the next universe. And
which can't be true because the emissary and the hunter have this conversation and there are thousands of Starborn.
Yeah. And even if we ignore that, you run into the hunter again. He's happy to see you in one of the in New Game Plus mode. There's 10 different versions of Constellation that may spawn in, and one of them is the hunter's already wiped them all out and he's just waiting there for you, and he gives you all their artifact pieces because he's like, I was wondering when you'd show up. It's like, what?
Yeah, so that, which means that our hunter must have carried forward. That's the only way that could possibly work. So, who gives a shit who gets it first? All the Starborn should actually be working together at all times, because there's no downside.
I think the implication is that whoever collects them all is the one who gets the power by going through the Tism portal. But here's why that's fucked too, is because to use the thing to go on to the next universe, you have to grav jump just anywhere with the thing built on your ship. Meaning, technically, anyone who is on that ship should experience the same thing and go through. But that doesn't even happen for your companions. You lose them. It's only you that goes through as far as I've been able to find.
No. It just doesn't make any sense, because if everybody can go through, like, because they have to, because you'd have to be able to, otherwise how can the emissary carry forward? How can the hunter carry forward? How can all these other Starborn carry forward?
Or the crew you hired for your ship, yeah.
You have to be able to continue forward. Otherwise, even though the story's trying to set up this conflict of only one can do it, well, that's clearly not fucking true because you're all here.
Yeah. Maybe it's like only if you have touched an artifact. That's the thing. One of your potential companions has touched an artifact, though, and I don't think he comes through either.
Yeah, Barrett?
Yeah, I believe it's Barrett.
Yeah, he touched an artifact. He's experienced the visions before as well. And he doesn't come through. Even if he's your companion for this mission.
Multiverse stories are usually shit. That's the thing, it's a lot like time travel, where they're incredibly easy to fuck up. I like the idea, somewhat, of like alternate timelines, or what if scenarios, what if something went a different way. the problem is that a lot of times writers are just really bad, and they fuck it up because they're incompetent. Like, I'm gonna bring up World of Warcraft again. I was really excited for Warlords of Draenor when it was released because, you know, we get to see Outland before it got destroyed. We get to see, like, all these big lore characters who are now dead, like Kargath and Gul'dan and all of them. Ner'zhul, before, you know, he becomes the fucking soul in the helmet of the Lich King. But then you get there and it's like, oh yeah, Kargath, he dies in he's the first boss fight of the first raid in the expansion and he's gone. He barely plays a role. Ner'zhul, he's a dungeon boss. It's like a dungeon that's out on release. It's not like a late dungeon like the Magister's Terrace, which is like at the end of Burning Crusade, where you fight Kael'thas Sunstrider again. It's like these big lore characters are turned into jokes for the most part, and it really sucks.
Yeah, I agree.
Because that's the thing. You had all these characters. You could have done so much with them, and you didn't. It's a similar thing with multiverse stories, where, okay, we could see an alternate universe where there's some, like, really interesting changes to how reality functions as a whole, or characters, and then we get, you know, Mr. Fantastic being turned into spaghetti in Multiverse of Madness. It is fucking irritating as shit.
This reminds me of the one universe in Everything Everywhere All at Once. the fucking
hot dog universe,
fingers. Yeah. Yes, the hot dog thingies.
See, that's a mark of good writing, too, is when you can have a concept so fucking silly, but you still feel for the characters. You can still pull an emotional moment out of it. Because, God, I forget the main character's name, but, like, the lady she's with, Jamie Lee Curtis, Deidre or whatever, it's like, you actually kind of feel sad because their relationship is falling fucking apart. It's like they're these weird hot dog finger people, and you're still feeling something.
Yep.
$2 from Danger Dave. Thank you. How would you guys run Bethesda Game Studios if given the chance? I mean...
Well, I mean, the first thing I would do, if I was put in control of Bethesda Game Studios, you need to get rid of Todd, unfortunately, because he's going to hire based off of nepotism. So you need to get rid of Todd, and again, like I said, that's with a heavy heart, because he's actually, like, you could tell he has passion, he's just easily swayed towards, you know, anybody speaking in his ear. So he's got to go. Emil Pagliarillo, he's got to get fired. All the writers at Bethesda just need to get the boot instantaneously. And then Pete Hines. I was going to say Phil Spencer. Phil Spencer doesn't work for Bethesda. Holy shit. Yeah, Pete Hines, he got to go. He got to go as well. He's got to be shown the door. And I think that's the only way you're going to start trying to fix Bethesda, is to get rid of those three, and all the writing team. All the writers at Bethesda need to just fuck off.
I'd probably keep Todd, but I would definitely get rid of ML and Pete. And my main thing would be, like, trying to find RPG developer veterans to, like, get working on a project who are going to add a lot of depth, because, like, you know from their past works that, okay, yeah, this is someone good. This is someone who's going to think of 20 solutions to, hey, this guy attacked my friend, can you do something about it? You know?
The best thing I have seen was actually from Obsidian, and I was like, that's brilliant. I don't know why more companies don't do that. Was they'll actually, like, homebrew a tabletop RPG of the current game they're working on, and then they'll go through the situations, and they'll have players at the table come up with solutions to it, and that's how they kind of work in different solutions to stuff. And I'm like, that's brilliant. I would do that. That sounds like just a fantastic idea. Like, go through the main storyline and just get a bunch of people from all over the company playing a tabletop version, and they can bring their own character stuff, and maybe that'll inspire what companions you make for the game as well. They have their own characters they play as, and they can come up with all kinds of like crazy nonsense to like, well, wait, we can solve that problem because we talked to that one guy and he has the thing. Yeah, and it's like, yeah, I remember that in the other session. Let's go talk with him.
Hire Kirkbride and funnel him drugs. I mean, that's one way to do it, too. Creetosis, why keep Todd Howard? What has he contributed to the company for the last 20 plus years, aside from lying? Remember that he said Starfield... Well, I said keep.
Fair. Oh, fair enough. Like I said, when I also said get rid of, I said with a heavy heart. Because he's passionate, clearly, but he hires based off of nepotism, and he's easily swayed, which is not good.
$8 from DileoCon. Thank you. Good day, Stag. Any y'all watched the One Piece live action? In my personal opinion, it's a 7.5 out of 10. It's pretty good. I haven't yet, but I've been meaning to. I actually picked up the manga the other day. Started reading it. Enjoying it so far. Let me just make sure I didn't miss any other... super chats. Okay, yeah. 10 pounds from Gorbs. Thank you. Funny thing with the Crimson Fleet recruitment is that you could turn it down. If you do, you still keep all your guns and are sent to jail, but you spawn right, I assume that's beside the door, and could just walk out of it. Wow.
Nice.
Yeah, this game. This fucking game. Anyways, we're on the brink of finding out the big reveal. So let's get back. By the way, the emissary talks in this, like, angelic, heavenly voice of, oh, we are the Starborn. We want your artifact pieces. And then when they reveal who they are, it's like, oh, they just talk completely differently now that they've done the reveal.
Yeah.
For no reason. So it might be hard to tell here. It was a lot easier on my stream. That's the character that died for Setch. That's Sarah.
Yep.
On my playthrough, it was Barrett who died. And, yeah, he acts like, oh, you're the exact same person I knew in my universe. And it's like, well, no. Like, he even says, like, yeah, I know you're not the same version. But he starts off with a comment that's, like, related to how my character is in the universe, you know? Like, okay, right here. You've come a really long way since the Welcome to Constellation speech, haven't you? Because she's the one who gives that speech. What if someone else gave you that speech? What if, in this universe, it was Walter?
What's so frustrating about this, and what Kree was hinting on and brushing against a little bit there, is that people have their own mannerisms and pace and cadence in the way they speak.
Yeah. The best
so
example,
the emissary doesn't work.
Yeah. It's built to be a shock value twist rather than making any kind of sense. What I've got written into my script is I'm using Chills as an example, because I'm going to play a clip of his voice, and I'm going to play it with a filter on to get the point across. But, like, Chills is the best example for this, too, because of the way he talks. We've memed on it a ton, but it's the whole, number 15... Could this be a Skinwalker? Or maybe the Rake? No matter how many filters you put through that, he's still going to have that way of speaking that's going to sound like him. And even if other people talk the same way and as him, so it's like, okay, maybe there is someone out there who talks in the same way that you might get the two confused. That's not the situation we have to worry about here, because we're talking about someone who's talking in a completely different way. You can hear the way I'm talking right now, but then, like, it would be like if I started talking like this instead all the time, until I reached a point where, oh, it's the big twist, and now I'm talking like I normally do because we're at the point where you can see who I am.
Yeah.
That's how fucking terrible this is.
Yeah, so it'd be the same thing like the emissary. Speaking the way we were, if they were like, Chills, you've really come a long way since the Welcome to Constellation speech, haven't you? You know, that's the way it should be said at all times, even if the emissary still had the filter on.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work. So then your next question is, well, if that's the emissary, who the fuck is the hunter?
Who the fuck is Edgy the Hedgy in this game? Well, let's play and find out. Because I was confused when it happened, and like, if you read the dialogue response, you could see who it is. If you even remember who the character is at that point, right?
Yes.
But
I'm just waiting for it to turn over to that. I'm just
yeah, so am I.
Sarah's
I'm stalling for
animation.
time.
Yeah.
Is this some sick fucking joke? No, this is the game. So
here we go.
Here he is. Here he be.
I'm waiting for it.
Come on.
Come on. But again, look at these fucking facial animations, how awful they are. And then compare them to Baldur's Gate 3, where they're just so fucking good.
Yeah, these suck.
And for multiple races, mind you.
Oh my god, it's taking so long. We went back to the hunter for a second. There we go. He's such a fucking terrible cartoon character.
He is.
Like the whole... You finally arrived, huh?
Yeah, see, I love on my screen, Rex, you called it such. I can't believe I fucking called how stupid this was gonna be. I said, watch, it's gonna be Sarah or some bullshit. And it was Sarah, and I was like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Come on. Do the face reveal.
I know, I'm waiting for the face reveal. Okay, prayer chat, and I love my initial reaction too. I'm pretty sure...
Okay, I'm gonna unmute this then.
I'm pretty sure I say, who? Like, who the fuck are you?
Yeah, because...
what happens.
I was waiting for it to show his face, but like, when you have that moment where it does reveal his face, it's just like, who the fuck is you?
Yeah, because I was looking at his face, and then I looked at the dialogue, and then I realized, oh my god, space. Oh.
And you held me off. You got away.
Oh yeah, part of why I call him like Edgy the Hedgy and a bad Sonic OC, and a cartoon character, is the voice too. Listen to this shit.
Luck and skill, as I have done countless times.
Who are you then?
I was also human once. But what does it matter who or what I was when eternity is within your grasp?
Really? Really? Of course.
It's just like, why the fuck would the Space Pope be the bad guy?
Yeah, the Hunter is the Space Pope. We were literally just introduced to the mission right before this. That's the big reveal.
Yeah. Like, I have to go through the series of events because it's so dumb, like, again. But, the Hunter attacks, Constellation and kills one of its members. You're sent off to talk to the Space Pope, who sends you a list of the stories, who you return to with that information. He sends you to the Pilgrim's house, which sends you to another planet to do that bullshit, like, light show that sends you here, and then the big reveal that the Hunter is the Space Pope.
Yeah.
Or an alternate version of the Space Pope.
It's just so fucking dumb.
It honestly would have been better if they just made up a new character entirely.
Yeah. And they almost did, because look, he's got a fucking big old scar on his face. It's like they tried to obfuscate who it was a little bit still too. But this is literally that moment you can bring up the fucking first Guardians of the Galaxy. Who?
Yeah.
So bad. Fucking hell. No, for this Starfield one, there's gonna be a lot of, what madness is this?
Yeah, because it only gets worse from here. So what they're setting up here is sort of a, you have to choose sides. Are you going to go with the color-coded bad guy who's wearing all black, or are you going to go with the color-coded good guy who's wearing all white? And I can't remember how much happens after this. I know there's the space base on Earth, there's the last couple artifact pieces, and then there's the finale. By the way, the part we're at here is, like, the first of the big reveals. This is, like, technically the first of the actual story content, too. Because everything in the main story up to this point is just collecting artifact pieces. And, like, all the speed bumps, the bank heist, the thing in Neon, chasing the one guy down, the, guy patrolling the Sol system. That's all, like, side shit to the main story. None of that is actually key information for the main story. So this is technically the first bit of the main story we get, and as terrible as it is the least bad of probably all of it. Which is kind of saying something.
Yeah, we're gonna go to Earth next, and it gets so much worse.
Oh, fucking does it. Oh my god. Fuck, I feel like there's something else there's to say here, or that I had to say. I can't remember what it was. Oh fuck, I hate when that happens so much. Okay, you know what? I need to run AFK for a few minutes. Can you, talk about something?
Continue onto the,
I want
to the Earth.
I want to be here for Earth, but surely there's something else you could talk about in the game that's annoying, right?
Yeah, I mean, I guess the whole fucking combat system.
Okay, yeah, that'll be good.
Yeah, so combat in this game, and we'll actually get to see it, because Earth is where it happened for me. I'm not going to go around any of the other stuff on it, but there's combat that takes place on Earth. And I was so bored of this combat, because this combat is genuinely terrible. It's just bullet spongy, it's just boring. I was so bored, I fell asleep mid-combat. I actually knocked out for a little bit during combat. I had that moment where my eyes were closed, and I have a very good imagination, so I was still imagining I was looking at the screen, but I was like drifting off, and yeah, I jerked myself back awake and was like, "Ugh," and realized I was still fighting something, like mid-fight. I actually fell asleep because the combat is this bad. Yeah, everyone who was there, the chat, you'll see the chat on my screen erupt because I actually fell asleep during the combat. It was just like, oh god. This game is draining. It is so awful. It just drains the energy out of you like a little fucking vampire. And what sucks is Kree actually got a pistol called Boom Boom, a pistol that is fed with magazines of shotgun shells. It's a shotgun pistol, and it's insanely overpowered. It just deletes things, like, instantly. I wish I had gotten that. That would have sped up things significantly so. No, I do have a good imagination to do that, but I have that moment where I will close my eyes and fall asleep, and I'm in very light, hazy sleep, but I'll still think I'm awake because my mind, the mind image I have will have recreated the scene I was just looking at right in front of me. Like if somebody's up there giving a presentation or a speech or something like that, and my eyes close, I'll still be able to see the podium, the speaker, their words, but then their words will slowly start drifting off to being nonsense speak. And that's the moment when I usually realize, oh shit, I've nodded off for a second. And it's they go from being coherent into like, and here if we look at the circumference of the bag, that's when I realize that I've kind of knocked out. Yeah, and it's just like it is so like wild because I don't have the I think it's circadian jerk. I think that's what it's called. But it's when your body isn't ready for sleep yet and actually thinks it's dying, so it tries to jerk you to like make you more aware and awake. And I'll like snap back up and be like, oh god. And then usually what I do is I'll probably like lick my fingers and rub at my eyes and stuff like that, or I'll try to like smack the back of my head a couple times, just something like to try to keep me going. Yeah, that's kind of what it sounds. It sounds like I've gone underwater. Things have become muffled and things like that because I'm starting to go into the process of falling asleep, so I'm no longer processing what the person is actually saying anymore. So it goes from me processing what I'm saying to then all of a sudden it's just turned into just random. Yeah, that is an actual thing. Playing Starfield made you think you're dying. Neat. Yeah, it did. Unironically, it did. It made my body feel like it was dying. So I actually had that reaction that the body has to try to keep itself going. Yep, this game made my body think it was dying. Yep. I want to get to the Earth part super bad though. I super want to talk about that, but it's just amazing. Oh, speaking of how bad combat is, so there are multiple different skill things. We touched on the skill system a little bit, but you have different skill functions. You have ballistics weapons, laser weapons, and then phase weapons or something like that. And there are. This is how awful this is. There are like several dozen ballistics weapons. So if you pick ballistics weapons, you were smart. There are 3 laser weapons in the entire game, and 2 phase weapons in the entire game. And then melee is just even more dog shit, like by somehow. So if you pick to be a laser pew pew man, particle weapon, that's it. Particle weapon, not phase weapon. There you go. So if you picked particle or laser to go up in your skills, you literally wasted your skills. It's so stupid. Setch, what in your opinion is the worst design for a weapon in this game? Oh god, the worst. The fucking revolver immediately jumps to mind. The shotgun pistol is also really, really bad. Especially with the AR style charging handle that folds in too much. So you can't actually get your fingers in there properly. That's pretty fucking bad. I saw 2 melee weapons in my entire playthrough. 2. The survival axe and the knife thing. That's all I saw.
There are a lot of stanky fucking guns in this game.
Yeah, there are a lot of really, really bad fugly guns that make no sense.
There are some that look decent, but there's also a lot of terrible ones.
Yep. Which is real annoying.
So, is it time for Earth?
Emissary is going to be like, wait, before you go with your decision, maybe you need to see the consequences of decisions past. You need to go to Earth.
You need to go to the Earth. Oh boy. So they send you to, A NASA base in Cape Canaveral? No, they send you to the moon base first. I forgot about that. Yet another fetch quest leading to another fucking fetch quest. Like, we're not joking when we say this game is 95% fetch quest. So after...
You might have noticed something that I noticed. Because remember, we're on the moon right now, right?
Yeah.
Alright, we're on the moon right now. See if chat, if any of you could catch a problem here with being on the moon.
No, is it that you can see the stars?
I mean, yeah, we can see the stars and everything, but hang on, let me go forward a little bit. No. There's a spot when we'll see it. Because there's something very not right here.
Uh-oh. Is that supposed to be Earth?
That's supposed to be the Earth, but I think it's just a generic skybox, and there's another fucking moon in the moon's moon. Because I'm gonna tell you something right now. We've seen what the Earth looks like from the moon, and it's really fucking big.
Yeah. And it's also worth mentioning, Earth is completely dead in this game now. It is a
Earth is dead.
Wasteland with no life on it.
Yeah, it's all brown deserts for some reason.
Well, it's more of like a light beige. It's like a bleached sandy color, you know?
Yeah, that's right. But I was like, what the fuck is that?
Earth die? How? Oh, we're fucking getting to that.
Oh, we're gonna get there.
But anyways, yeah, after doing a whole bunch of fetch quests, we're sent on another fetch quest to go to this moon base and to, like, hear a terminal log or something. And it's about, like, one of the first grav jumps, I believe.
Yep. This is actually one of the grav drive companies that you can actually buy grav drives from in Starfield. This is their research for the first grav drives. And this is me, as you saw me looking around the sky and everything like that. I was trying to figure out what the fuck that is. I'm like, how is there another moon in the moon? Like, what's this other moon doing here?
That's smaller than what the moon looks like from Earth.
Yeah, it's pretty like, what? It's like, what is that?
But anyways, yeah, we hear this recording, and that's what sends us to NASA in Cape Canaveral. And we have to go through a whole big long song and dance there, too. And
that's not a moon, it's a space station.
Anyways.
So then we go to Cape Canaveral, and again, Bethesda not knowing how anything fucking works, we go to a rocket launch site.
I want to talk about that and Earth's other monuments that can be found.
Okay.
So I'm just going to skip ahead to that footage.
Yeah.
So, some of Earth's, I don't want to say monuments, but like notable locations can be found in Starfield. You need to read a book to get their coordinates for some reason, but you can find like the Empire State Building or some building in Japan and a few other places. There's obviously also the Cape Canaveral rocket test site we're going to. How the fuck are these buildings still standing when every single other structure on Earth has been, like, wiped clean?
Yeah.
Why is the Empire State Building still there when the entire rest of New York is fucking flat?
Yep. Yeah, so here we're going to go to a Cape Canaveral rocket launch site. And, again, Bethesda has no idea how anything actually fucking works in reality.
Yeah.
So, for any of you who might even be vaguely aware, the rocket launch platforms don't have a lot of intricate systems and rooms and stuff attached to them because they're going to be right next to fucking engines letting off a lot of heat and pressure. So, you don't want any of that stuff there, and that's me realizing a fucking Starborn has landed with me, and I'm like, oh, god damn it.
Oh yeah, once the Starborn starts showing up, they'll land on pretty much every planet you go to.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
and actually, that's another thing I want to talk about quickly, too, while you're running towards the space base. Fucking ships land, and... okay, the Starborn ships that land, you can never go into. They're always locked, as far as I've seen. I've tried several, they're all locked. You can never enter them.
You can't enter anybody's ship that's landed planetside, as far as I've seen. You can only go into the holding bay.
I have found that you can. So there's a ship I tried getting into and it wouldn't let me. It was just saying it was locked, even though it was like a bunch of random space pirates. I think it was actually spacers that I encountered there. There was one ship I found yesterday that was owned by the Crimson Cringe, and I was able to get into that ship and take it. And I don't know what the difference is.
While it was groundside?
Well, it was groundside.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had never seen that before.
So it can happen, but it seems random whether it's going to be locked or not. I don't know what the difference is. I don't know why one happens and the other doesn't. And it's not even really worth it anyways, because when a ship has a value of, like, let's say 20,000 credits, 85% of that is going to be the registration fee. So, like, they're not even worth stealing for the sake of selling.
Yeah, because your profit, like, you find a ship that's 200,000 credits in value. You're like, yeah, I want to sell it. It's like, you don't have the registration for it. It's like, okay, how much is the registration for it? 198,000.
Well,
so you only get 2,000 credits of fucking profit.
Well, see, that's the funny thing about that, too. That registration fee, they won't tell you how much it is, like, on the screen to register. It'll just say you don't have enough.
Yep. I remember we had to find that out by cheating millions and millions of credits, and then he registered, and we realized how much it took away, so it only left him with a profit of 3,500 or something like that.
Yeah.
It was literally meaningless. Yeah, so this is another major problem in this game. This place has been abandoned for at least 150 odd years, and you have all these power cells that exist that you can pick up, and they still fucking function and work just fine.
Yeah.
After all these years. It's the fucking fusion core thing all over again. It's the same problem.
In fact, this entire facility still has power.
Yep. Whole facility, still powered. And remember, this is all directly connected to a rocket launch platform.
Yeah.
It's like, Bethesda, what the fuck are you doing?
So, I'm gonna unmute this again. I think this is where you called it?
Yeah, I call it pretty early. I have a moment where I'm walking along and I just, like, realize how stupid... I'm like, what is the stupidest way Earth had its problem? And then I called it.
No, I'm just waiting for it. Also, gotta love how the rock is just phasing through the walls rather than, like, destroying them.
Yeah. Because they were just so lazy, they just like, paste rock here. Yeah, unlike Cree... Yeah, I thought this was going to be Fight Arena. I was right, because of what happens later, but... Again, unlike Cree, I decided I don't give a shit about loot anymore. The loot is meaningless in this game. I'm just gonna get this done.
Yeah, I was kind of loot goblining all the way to the end.
Yeah, so I just get through these sections pretty fast.
I just don't understand where these calculations came from.
There's something wrong with the math?
But they got us from casting. What information?
Not.
I don't know why we have a lab in a launch tower for a rocket? Like, what What the fucking... Jesus Christ, Bethesda, do you not even know what they use fucking launch towers for?
Man, I still want to get...
I'm getting solar radiation. I'm in a fucking facility. Yeah, I forgot I was actually getting solar radiation. I'm like, I'm underground!
Don't you know the easiest place to get sunburns is inside your house away from any windows?
Yeah.
In, like, pitch black? I'm gonna skip ahead again, because,
There's one section we would get to, because I'm pretty sure I know what combat section it is that I fall asleep in.
Oh, I'm trying to get to you calling, what killed Earth.
Yeah, but I think we're right at the combat section where I fall asleep.
No, the combat section only happens after you get the artifact piece.
No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. Remember, you have the robot room.
Oh!
Yeah, and another power cell.
Right, yeah, I forgot about that.
After 300 years. Yep. Another power cell has power after 300 years. God. Oh, here we go. This is the room. And it was with the big robot. I remember I was firing at the big robot, and I think my aim starts to drift off weird. Oh, look. We're gonna, like, chat, I'll talk about it, my chat will freak out because I literally fall asleep as I'm fighting it. Holy shit. I started drifting off to sleep right there. Yeah, did you notice my aim? Did you notice my aim suddenly, like, started going way wild? Oh, look. And it's because I literally conked out for a second.
I noticed your entire character drifts off to the side.
Yeah, look, see, I'm shooting. And then suddenly I've stopped firing correctly and I start going off to the side and I'm just like... Oh, shit. Holy shit. I started drifting off to sleep right there. Mid-fight. I'm not even kidding, my eyes started closing. I started dozing, holy fuck.
And keep in mind,
mid-combat.
This is a very long stream that Setch is doing. He's 4 hours in, but he does weekly streams that are 3 to 4 hours long.
And lately, for the past 2 weeks, all of my streams, every single one has been at least 6 hours minimum.
Actually, I shouldn't say weekly, it's 5 times a week. You start at 10 and go to 1, so that's 3 hours. This isn't that long beyond that, and that, like... This is someone who does the schedule weekly for how long?
Yeah, every weekday, I'll do it every single weekday. So 5 days a week I stream, and I lately the last 2 weeks I've done 6-hour minimum streams. So, with one exception, one of the most recent ones I went off a little early. It was only 5 hours and 50 minutes long. But it's because it was a great spot to end on for that day without us going into a bunch of new heavy stuff the next day. But yeah, so I am fine doing these really long streams, and I actually started dozing off mid-combat, and I can't even believe that it happened. That has never happened to me before in any game I've ever played, where I've actually started falling asleep in the middle of something that's supposed to be the exciting part.
Coma bat.
Yeah, it really was Coma Bat. Be a fucking launch tower, for God's sakes.
Okay, this might be the terminal where you call it.
And big reveal, the thing that
okay, there it is.
What?
I think.
What if part of what removed the Earth's atmosphere? What if that's the big reveal? The thing that removed the Earth's atmosphere was the artifacts, or some bullshit. So it killed Earth. I'm just spitballing of things that are super fucking dumb, and I have this bad feeling that might be what it is. What the? Okay.
You've entered the no-grav zone. Your gravity privileges have been denied.
Your gravity privilege has been revoked.
That's what I meant to say. But anyways, yeah, we get around to this terminal that explains...
Again, that's what it is. I don't...
I'm going to mute that. This terminal right here is the big reveal of how Earth died, and it's the stupidest fucking thing in the universe. So, they found these artifact pieces. They started testing them. For some reason, it didn't explode in the scientific community as, oh my god, aliens are real. But they did test on them, and they figured out the power of making grav drives. So, the moon, I believe, became a big, like, space-based thing. Kind of like a, not necessarily a crossroads, but like where ships were leaving from to go to different planets and galaxies and stuff.
Yeah, it was kind of like your initial starting pad, your launch with the grav drives. They would do grav drive jumps from the moon constantly.
Yeah. And what we find out is that due to the way that the grav drives were made, they were doing something to the Earth's atmosphere to kill it, to the point where when these guys realized what was wrong, it was too late to save Earth. Its fate had been set in stone, essentially. They had less than 50 years to evacuate the entire planet, which, keep in mind, there's like 8 billion of us on this rock right now. In a couple hundred years, that's going to be way more. I don't think you can settle that many people across the stars, even if you do have these ships, in that amount of time. That is a lot of fucking people to move. That is a lot. And keep in mind, it's not just the act of moving them, it's having somewhere to put them. Because, like, yeah, okay, you drop 500 people off in, like, a random forest biome planet. Where the fuck are they going to live? They need to build houses and stuff.
And the worst part is that the motherfucker who's the corpse we're currently looking at on screen.
Yep.
He knew that this was going to happen and that the grav drives were going to be the cause of it. And so he then tells them, once they've now established it, this is why he kept ordering all the surveys and stuff of the Earth over and over and over again. And they're like, I don't know why you're being so paranoid about this. Like, there's nothing there, but you keep constantly doing it. This motherfucker knew this was going to happen because he talked to his Starborn self.
From another universe, yep.
Yeah, who told him this is how it happens. So he knew this fucking thing was going to happen, and yet he continued with it anyways, and didn't tell them. Only once he had proof that it was happening, he tells them. And the guy who was his partner figured out the problem the moment he heard about it, figured out the problem, figured out a solution, and it's such an easy solution, they could hide it as a fucking software update to the fuel line system.
Yeah, so it isn't even like, in its physical construction, the hardware, the parts that's being used or whatever, that's not what's causing the Earth's atmosphere to fuck off. It was something in the software that Microsoft Windows has an update it to not kill Earth.
Yeah. This motherfucker knew it was going to happen, and his justification is that he lived for the dream of the city on a hill in the stars. And it's so fucking stupid. Because you literally didn't have to lose Earth.
Yeah.
Basically exterminated the Earth for the WEF. Yep. Basically.
Yeah. It is so fucking dumb. This whole game is terrible.
At this point, here's a corpse that's been here for over 200 fucking years, and it's not skeletonized or anything. Hey. 200 years exposed to open air.
But anyways, yep, that is the big reveal. That is how Earth died, and it is fucking dumb.
It was their experimentation with the artifacts that made the grav drive, and the grav drive killed the Earth's atmosphere, and it fucking died. Yeah, and there's the entire chat. It's just like, you fucking called it, and I'm like, yeah, this is so stupid.
Yeah. Then we grab the artifact piece, and the hunter or the emissary, I don't remember which one, tells you that, oh, by the way, there's a bunch of Starborn landing here now. They know about you.
Yeah, so now you have to do a combat section to get out. I will fight a couple of them, but most of it I just run past all the fucking people.
I'm just gonna jump ahead. So, oh, that's actually perfect. That is perfect. So outside, you meet the hunter and the emissary again. So this is the position.
Was your cat having a freak out in the background, or what was
She
that?
does that often. She does that all the time.
Okay, sorry, it was actually loud enough that it was cutting into you. I was like, damn.
Yeah,
Damn, that cat is freaking out.
She does that all the time. It's not even that she's freaking out, because when she does that, if I get up and open the door, she'll just look at me like, "What do you want?"
Oh, what do you want, idiot?
Yeah.
I wasn't actually talking to you. It's like, damn it, kitty.
But anyways, here's the position we're at, and it's the stupidest fucking thing ever, except for the stupidest fucking thing ever that comes after that.
Yes.
So we've got the hunter and the emissary, the good guy and the bad guy. They've done their little meeting we saw earlier hundreds, maybe even thousands of times, and they never work together. They always go it on their own. And this is the choice you're left with. These two will not work together. You have to pick one of them to side with. And for some reason, the three of us can't work together. It's not an option. One or the other. Or you could go on your own. At which point, the hunter turns to the emissary and says, "Looks like you're my new best friend." And now they're both gonna fucking fight you at the end of the game. In fact, you chose to go it alone too, right?
Yep, I choose to go it alone as well, because I'm like, fuck you and fuck you. You're both suck.
Yeah. God, I don't remember what he says for the grav drive thing. Is that the one you pick? I can tell you're talking about how stupid all this is because of how long it's taking to decide.
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually another thing about the dialogue that's incredibly irritating, is if you don't pick an option fast enough, most characters will start talking over you like, "Hello, are you still there? Hey, say something. Please respond. I showed you my artifact. Please respond."
Yep.
And it is so fucking irritating as someone who's streaming the game, trying to talk about it. Because as you're talking, like, these characters are just talking over you. And yeah, I'm aware Fallout 4 did this as well. The game shouldn't do this. Like, we're in an age where, like, there are options in games to turn off copyrighted music so people can stream them. Yet here's something that's incredibly inconvenient for streamers, and potentially the viewers of those streamers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here's where you get to choose. Oh. Did you just exit the thing there, or did it jump?
I might have exited the thing.
Yeah, that looks like you exited. Hold on. Oh, and by the way, if you so first of all, if you're talking to someone and you press escape, that'll end the conversation instead of taking you to the menu. Secondly, if you exit a conversation like that, you have to go through all that shit again in most cases. Sometimes there'll be like a sort of dialogue checkpoint, but not often as far as I've seen.
Yeah.
Do you understand now why I asked you to come here?
Oh, we have to do the same thing. Alright, fine. Oh yeah, I remember I wanted to see what the other option would have said.
Oh, wait! Sam just gave us additional information. Billions of lives were lost, so we didn't even evacuate everyone off of Earth.
Nope. We lost billions.
Billions must die.
Yeah, Victor literally killed billions of people.
Oh my god, it just keeps getting worse.
Yep.
Also the Hunter, assuming we weren't going to lose it anyways. War, disease, famine, all the classics. I don't know, we survived 2,000 years with all that shit. I'm pretty sure we'd continue surviving.
Yep.
We would need, like, a hyper-infectious, long-lasting Ebola to fucking actually do damage to us as a species. To, like, our survivability on this planet.
Yeah, one that we don't just adapt to anyways.
Yeah.
Because I'm a spoiler for you right now. We tend to be really fucking good at adapting.
Yeah.
War.
Chosen Earth.
You see the...
In the wrong hand. In the wrong hands.
I saved there because I think this is like one of those big choices. But yeah, you're both wrong. It's time someone other than a Starborn made a decision.
You are so wrapped up in your arcane war. You're oblivious to the cost you're making the rest of us pay.
Don't be a fool. The emissary and I may have our differences, but you do not want to give us a common enemy.
For once, he's right. Don't do this. We can collect the final pieces together.
We could collect the final pieces together, but not all three of us together, just two of us. We have to fight the other one for some reason. We're willing to play nice arbitrarily to make you, have to do this dumb choice.
Yep. Tired of both of you. It just doesn't, like, none of this makes sense because, again, these two can both continue on into the next universe. Nothing stops them. Nothing stops any of the Starborn going to the next universe at all.
They don't even get extra, like, the only detriment to these two is they don't get the extra power of, becoming Starborn again, because you're becoming Starborn instead of them. But, like, aside from the immortality, what fucking power are they getting? Because I blew away the Hunter with a rapid-fire explosive shotgun pretty fucking easily. He does not seem that powerful for someone who has done this thousands of times.
Yeah, so even if we assume that he didn't win all the thousands of times, what if he's just won 100 times? So he's gotten the Starborn power 100 times, right? And that's me assuming that he's super dog shit, and 90% of the time he fails.
Yeah. I had to pause at this moment because I'm not shitposting when I said, "Oh, you're my new best friend." He literally says exactly that.
Yep.
They won't work together. They will not. They refuse to work together until you decide, I don't want to work with either of you. Oh, it looks like you're my new best friend.
Yeah, and then because of this, they will absolutely ambush you at the final objective. You come out, and both of them attack you the moment you come out of Grab Drive with a third Starborn as well.
Yeah.
It is infuriating. This game is just infuriating.
Yeah, this game is an exercise in fucking boring and infuriating and fucking fetch quests.
The emissary just became my new best friend.
You've made your choice. When you're ready, the Hunter and I will be at the buried temple. That's where we'll settle things.
So after this, I believe there's 2 or 3 final artifact pieces to get. There's 1 or 2 completely random ones. They're just in like, yeah, here's a cave, go get the thing. The final one is probably the most interesting quest in concept in this entire main story. I almost said game, but I can't speak to the whole game. Did the tip of his wing just clip through the ground?
Yes. I wouldn't have.
By the way, these Starbound, Starbound, fuck it. These Starbound ships are fucking terrible. I hate them. Because they defy gravity and they just look stupid, and you get one of these after becoming Starborn yourself, and there's nothing inside. There's no bed. It's an empty fucking pod with 2 containers, the ship storage and the captain's storage. And as far as I could tell, you can't build in it, you can't put anything in there, you can't modify it. It's just a fucking pod. I remember on my stream, we made the joke, you will live in the pod, you will own nothing and be happy.
Hang on. This is where
What?
I'm backing up. I'm pretty sure that was the moment when I said I'm wiping my nuts all over your windscreen, you piece of shit.
Okay, I'll turn the volume up for that.
Take off. Hey! Hey! I dragged my balls all over your fucking view screen.
Yeah, that little moment Setch just had is unironically the best part of the main story. Just wiping his nuts across their windshield.
Yep. Fucking drop trow and just moon their ass and leave them a fucking steamy present.
So we get to the penultimate quest, which is you arrive at a research lab with the final artifact piece, and upon arriving, you hear a distress call. And apparently something terrible has happened down there. When you reach the lab itself, everyone seems a bit on edge, but everything is fine for the most part. And this next part is, like, really dumb. Because, like, the guy leading you through the facility has you take, like, the back route for some reason for... I don't think it's even explained. Because moments later, all the doors are unlocked. But when you go through here... Oh my god, you're in a spooky, weird, fucked up version of the world that's been completely burnt. So, for the sake of making things easy to talk about, there's the clean reality and the burned reality. They were doing some test on the artifact piece deep underground, and in the clean reality, Raphael here died in order to save everyone else. In the burned reality, he stumbled backwards into, like, a secure room where he was safe, and the rest of the facility burned and killed everyone else.
And we mean, like, instantaneous, like, just incineration, because we get some storytelling skeletons, finally.
Oh yes, the best storytelling skeletons. They're all just sitting in their chairs and stuff as if nothing's wrong. The director of this facility is still sitting in her chair. And by the way, you could tell these are the best storytelling skeletons ever, because despite being burned in a fire, they're, like, bleach white.
Let me try and jump forward to get to those. I'm going to try to jump forward to find a storytelling skeletons.
So I think the assumption is that because you have interacted with the artifact pieces before, the result is whatever anomaly is going on here due to their testing. That's what's allowing you to travel back and forth, because there's rifts. And keep in mind, these two, like, parallel universes, they aren't the multiverse universes that we see, like, as a Starborn traveling through the multiverse. They are the same reality that's been split, even though it's kind of the fucking point of a multiverse. Your choices and outcomes from different situations is what splits off the multiverse. Like, just to give an example, I could end the stream right now by just hitting end stream. And because that option exists at literally every single second of existence as long as the stream is live, there's a multiverse version of every reality where I just end the stream randomly.
Yep.
And that's only, like, one possibility out of literally infinite. I could start shouting gamer words. I could, well, I can't do a face reveal suddenly because I don't have a webcam, but you know what I mean.
Yeah. An asteroid could hit Kree's house and suddenly he's just gone.
Yeah.
Like, middle of the stream.
Literally, it's infinite. So apparently, like, these two versions of reality, the clean reality and the burnt reality, aren't part of the actual multiverse. Even though even though the whole point of a multiverse is things go differently and split off from the timeline.
Yep.
So, you know, there is that.
And originally, and I complained about this in my stream, that you couldn't save Raphael.
I complained about this too. We only found out after that you can.
Yeah, you can actually save him, but it's in a really stupid, convoluted way that doesn't make sense, given the mechanical systems we're being shown literally right this moment.
Yeah. So
because we can carry things, we can pick up things and carry them across between the two universes.
It's bigger than that, though. So just by the fact that you keep all of your gear on you, that's proof that you can travel, like, take things between the two versions of reality. The fact that you can pick items up further strengthens that. But you know what? Those are just, like, little gameplay things. Maybe they don't intend it to function that way. They just don't want to strip you of all your gear when you go into the alternate reality. Except for when you get that little probe thing that allows you to travel between realities at will, which is part of the quest, thus proving that you could take stuff between realities. But even worse than that, there's either no limit on size, or the limit is extremely big, because remember that distress signal when we landed at this planet? That was from Raphael's timeline, that's from the burnt timeline, and yet we land with our ship in the clean timeline, meaning that your entire ship travels with you, and you hit a rift on the way down landing at this planet.
Yeah.
So, if you want to save him, why can't you just give him a fucking bear hug, activate the thing, and then take him through the portal to the clean reality so he is saved? Nope, you have to do this convoluted fucking bullshit to save him at the very end of the dungeon.
Yeah. And it means you have to prep both probes to be prepared to shut down, and then mess with the wave signals of the sounds to then line them up properly in their respective universe, and then whoop! Suddenly that brings Raphael over, but nothing else at all.
Yeah.
It just brings Raphael over.
It's really dumb. I hate it. Aside from that, what started off as an interesting concept traveling between these two realities wore out its welcome really quickly, because this turns into a very, very, very long dungeon sequence of you just traveling through portals, trying to find the right portal to unlock the next door in the opposite reality, and blah blah blah. I was so fucking sick of it. I think, like, even about a third of the way through, it's like, yeah, I get what you're doing here, but you're not doing anything interesting with it now. I'm bored.
Yeah.
Like, that's...
Figure out how long it took me.
Now, this game obviously has, like, a lot of problems in terms of, like, story and gameplay and stuff. But, like, one of its biggest crimes is just that it's fucking boring overall. And this is the thing we haven't really talked about yet, but for the main story, which we've already gotten into, we've gotten through most of the main story, which is, like, 4 quests, there's no real narrative hook. Because, like, most stories have something to hook you in, to get you like, oh yeah, I want to see where this goes, I want to see what happens to these characters, this world, and so on. Sorry, are you... For some reason...
I was skipping to try to figure out how long it took me.
No, what I was going to say is your thing was lit up the whole time, so I didn't know if you were trying to talk and it wasn't going through.
Oh, no. Yeah,
okay.
I wasn't talking at that point. It's, again, my Discord is doing wild things.
Alright. But anyways, yeah, a lot of stories have this the narrative hook, which is like, okay, we've got a story to tell, and we're gonna hook you in with something that's like, yeah, you want to finish this story, you want to see where this goes. Game of Thrones does this with Bran being pushed out of the tower at the end of episode 1. Because a lot of episode 1 is like establishing characters and the world, and, you know, here's Ned Stark, Lord of Winterfell, here's the king that Ned helped him claim the throne, and, you know, there's stuff going on with Cersei, who's like perpetual bitch face Cersei. Great actress, but, like, she plays that character really well with her perpetual bitch face.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, yeah, I see where some stuff can go, but then you get the reveal at the end of the episode that Jaime Lannister is fucking his sister, the Queen. And to protect this, he pushes Bran out the window. It's like, oh shit. Where the fuck is this going to go now?
Yep.
And then, of course, more stuff starts building up across the rest of the episodes where, like, there's so many little plot lines and stories and characters where it's like, yeah, I want to see what happens to all these characters, and until you realize Season 5 onwards exist, and, you know, it kind of ruins it. But that's just an example. Star Wars is another good example. Hey, these are the Death Star plans. They really fucking want these things. They're a horrible group that oppresses the universe. Then there's a rebellion to fight them. Starfield doesn't have a narrative hook because it starts off with you in a mine. You mine the artifact piece. You have a vision, and after that, the game just keeps insisting that, like, this is important. Like, you even have the option to say, no, I want to stay here. I want to continue being a miner. And then they're like, no, your fate has changed now. You're one of them. You're part of Constellation. You have to do this thing. It's like, fucking why, though? Why should I care? And that was one of the most annoying things about playing this game, is it didn't give me a reason to care about doing anything. It just kept insisting, hey, you really want to do this stuff. You really want to get that next artifact piece.
Yep.
They literally force you to be the chosen one? Yeah. Morning, Stag. Just curious, have you guys finished the game, or almost? Finished the main story. We've barely touched the side content.
Yeah.
I won't be talking about the side content in my review, but I will in the full-on analysis when I get around to that. You say you don't want to go. Barrett will say, well, we don't know if your brain is fine, so you should join us anyways. Yeah, and a similar thing happens after you do the first temple. They're like, oh, your vitals are off the chart, your brain waves are different, blah, 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 blah. It's like, shouldn't I go to a hospital to get this checked out? And they're just like, yeah, no, this is cool, this is fine, there's nothing wrong with this. And, like, it's just so casually they treat everything. Even though you discovered fucking alien artifacts and literal magic. And their biggest reactions are like, whoa, isn't that cool?
Yeah.
ETA on the review, at least 2 weeks, maybe more. I still have a lot of scripting to do, and scripting this video is almost as much of a slog as the game itself. I guess we should get to the final mission, shouldn't we?
Yeah, the literally who mission. Like, this is the one where, this is also, hang on, this is where I first found out that I don't have the fuel capacity. So hold up. Yeah, so here, we go off to the final mission area.
Oh, God.
I definitely didn't fall asleep and wake myself up by snoring.
Nice.
You know what? It's fine. You're having the true Starfield experience right now.
Yep.
Not wrong.
So you also come here. This is the final temple. This is where everything comes together. And all the Starborn attack. And it's a fucking human base that's been established. And actually has an entire faction here.
Yep. The faction has been wiped out already.
Faction. Yeah.
So, yeah, you come upon this place, and it's surprisingly empty. Oh my god, there's dead people here.
Yeah, look how he's spelled, too. Like, what is he leaning against?
Don't question it. It's space physics, okay?
Yeah, and then this guy attacks, and I was literally like, and who the fuck are you?
Who the fuck is you?
Yeah, and you have that. You get attacked by multiple Starborn that are called Guardians.
Yeah, Guardian
and
Musa.
And I'm just like, and who the hell are you? Because I don't know who this Guardian Musa is.
Now, the one benefit of the, well, I've given the game other benefits of the doubt, but one I'll give it here is maybe Musa is a character in like a side faction questline thing elsewhere in the game, and we don't know who Musa is because we haven't met the Prime Universe. Just calling our universe the Prime Universe for obvious reasons. We haven't met the Prime Universe version of him because we haven't played, like, the Crimson Cringe questline or whatever. But then, like, why would you also choose side faction? Well, I guess you could choose side faction characters for this, but the question is, why aren't there other main faction characters? Why aren't you fighting, like, okay, you've already met Sarah as the emissary. Why aren't you fighting Sam? Or
Walter.
Or Walter, yeah.
Like, why the fuck is it these people? It's just so weird.
Because, like, that's the thing. Bethesda since Morrowind don't give their random, like, Morrowind was the last game to do it, they don't give their random enemies names anymore. They'll just say, like, Raider, or Super Mutant, or Bandit, or whatever.
Like you see on screen from
epileptic.
Yeah.
So when you see, like, oh, it's Guardian Musa, it's like, okay, who's Guardian Musa?
Yeah, it's like, literally, who the fuck is that?
I think they gave him a name just for the sake of, oh yeah, this is a special character, though. But he's still a fucking literal no one. At least as far as I can tell. At least as far as it seems from... And keep in mind, there's multiple Guardians you fight. You fight, like, 4 or 5 of them. And all of them are just the same thing, where it's like, Guardian whatever, and it's like, okay, I still don't know who this character is, though. It's fine if they're random enemies, too, but keep in mind, we've fought dozens of Starborn at this point by collecting artifact pieces, and each time it literally just says Starborn.
Yeah.
So,
and you just go forward, and this is another one that has necromancy powers, apparently?
Yeah, he can just resurrect the dead, for some reason.
Yeah. And like this point, I'm literally just like, I just want to fucking end the game. I just want this to over with now. And there, so that's their name, Guardian Athalahai, and I'm just like, fucking who again?
Anyways, after beating numerous Starbound and your game crashing the desktop and showing off all your desktop icons, you get to the... Actually, I want to talk about the second last Starbound you fight too, because he summons copies of you for some reason, not himself, of you.
Yeah, right here.
It's like, why?
That's this one.
It's a lamer version of the Council of Ricks. Yeah. But yeah, after fighting the guy that summons multiple copies of you and defeating him, you finally get into the final temple, and there stand the emissary and the hunter waiting for you. Now, there's a certain criticism about another game of how it's really, really dumb that you can talk this guy down, given that he's this, like, brutal, violent warlord who revels in killing people. And it just makes no sense whatsoever to kill this guy, because, like... Or, sorry, it makes no sense to talk this guy down, because, like, why would he ever be talked down? I'm, of course, referring to Fallout New Vegas and the terrible criticism against it by people who haven't fucking understood what the game is about in the slightest.
Yeah.
It actually makes sense to talk Lanius down, or for him to be talked down, because he's largely a piece of propaganda in which, like, a lot of the backstories about him are exaggerated to motivate the army. And sure, some things are probably backed up, like Decamatio and like shit like that. But a lot of his backstory is largely exaggerated because it's propaganda. It's a fear tactic against your enemies, and it's also kind of like both a motivator and a fear tactic against your own army, because you don't want to fucking fail this guy, knowing what he'll do to people who fail.
Yep.
And one of the best parts is you can pass every single speech and barter check and get him to back down. And if you say, so you're retreating, he gets fucking pissed at that. And I love the delivery of it, because he's like, retreat. Retreat. Because he's like chewing on what you said. He realizes what you've done. And like, you can't talk him down anymore. He's gonna fucking kill you. Well,
yeah,
fight you, but he intends to kill you, obviously, for fucking implying that he's retreating.
Yep.
And it makes perfect sense with the kind of character that Lanius is. So we have the Starborn here, in this game, who, their whole goal is collecting the artifact pieces, building the armillary?
Yes. Yeah, whatever it is, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. to build this thing and to go on and increase their Starborn-tisms by... Oh, hey, it's copy Sam, too. Huh.
Yeah, because I had a companion, you didn't. So it copies your companion as well.
I had no idea. Anyways, the whole point of what they're doing is to collect these things and go on to the next universe. And you could tell... You walk up to them and you're like, how about no, though?
Yeah, I literally...
Through a persuasion check.
Yeah, because I stockpiled my persuasion. I literally just had an I win button of no. And they agreed and said, well, damn, I guess we're not going to fight you and we're just going to leave.
Yeah. And the whole thing with Lanius, the criticism of New Vegas, is people misunderstanding the character and saying, well, yeah, but it makes no sense to talk him down. It's sort of like a Master and Frank Horrigan situation where the Master, with the proper evidence, can be convinced that he's wrong, because under all of his, like, ego and, like, high intelligence and everything, he's still a rational person to a degree, where he's like, oh, wait, my Master race cannot breed, they'll all die out. This is incredibly bad. And now I'm facing the fucking consequences of my actions, the horrible deeds I've committed. Frank Horrigan is the opposite in that he's totally dedicated to the cause, and nothing will ever talk him down. It makes zero sense to talk Frank Horrigan down, and you don't have the option to do so. People think Lanius is a Frank Horrigan when he's a Master, where he's a character that... He's a person who still has rational thought, and isn't blindly devoted to the cause. He doesn't even care about the Legion, he cares about Caesar. And, like, if you explain to him the folly of his, the Legion's plan right now, and how it will damage them long-term taking the Mojave, it makes sense for him to be like, yeah, we need a bigger army for this. We are not ready for this. We are not prepared. So, with the Starborn here, their entire existence at this point is collecting the artifact pieces and moving into the next universe. It's all they care about. The reason the Hunter is such a violent and brutal person who kills people, and as I've already mentioned, in one of the, like, alternate timelines you go to later on if you keep doing New Game Plus, one of the timelines, he's already wiped out Constellation. He's killed them all before you got there. He's someone who... I'm not sure if you want to say detached, but he doesn't care about morals anymore. He doesn't care about, like, the evil deeds he does. Well, I guess, yeah, detached would be what you would call that. He's just fine with giving up the artifact pieces here and in that other timeline. Because, yeah, I don't know, fuck it. I guess I'll do it. Because you said so.
Yeah. Yeah, like, literally, this is the thing, I remember I told Cree, the moment this happened, I told him off stream, I said, this is everything, because look, see, I have auto-persuasion right there. So I'm gonna turn my auto-persuade on, and I immediately got it. Live and let live, is that right? And then now I just have to pick like one other option and I get it because it gave me the 6 bar instantly. And we're done. We won, we succeeded.
Yeah. These are people who don't seem like they would back down from this goal when it's the only thing they exist to do. And yet, here they are just backing down because he said, but how about no?
Yeah.
Also, I noticed one of his responses to your persuasion was just chuckle. Just
yeah.
Just and fucking goddamn it. This fucking game, man, it's so bad. It's so bad.
And then it got so much worse.
Oh yeah, because despite all the like terrible things we've already talked about with this game, like it sounds really pretentious and bad, and it is, but it hasn't even started huffing its own farts yet.
Yeah, it's going
despite
to right
all of that. It hasn't started huffing its own farts yet. Oh my god. It.
So we get the artifact and we build the armillary, and then it will take us to the Unity. Now the map is complete. We go straight to the Unity.
Yeah. All you have to do is grav jump anywhere, and it takes you there.
Yep. No, it is a literal VSS Venturez. It is actually a VSS Venturez, and it does have the right ammo, at least. At least I got that right.
I'm not even playing the game, and this is just so fucking frustrating to have to sit through. I mean, yeah, we are recounting all the shit with this game, but my god, it is bad. It is... What the fuck were they thinking? Oh, hold on, I've actually got a button for this now! I forgot.
I was about to say...
What the fuck were they thinking?
There we go.
Thank you.
But seriously, though, it's just... Oh my god. I'm just gonna skip ahead. Oh yeah, because you have Sam, that means his daughter is with you. So, like, neither of them become starbound. So what happens to you when you ascend? Or, sorry, what happens to them when you ascend? Because, like... What happens to your ship?
Is this universe done now? Like, is it over? Does this universe no longer exist anymore?
Well, no, I'm not going that far. I assume the universe still exists. I don't think it would end just because someone became Starborn. But more of what I'm getting at is ascending requires you to travel in your ship. How does it know which person is the right person to take if it's not taking everyone? What if it took Sam's daughter instead of either of you? And just, like, stranded her in a new universe where no one knows her? Does it take your entire ship? Does the frontier no longer exist? And those two are just left drifting in space, as they deserve. Or
and here's that moment too where I thought this was a cutscene.
Yeah, we both had this.
Yeah, I at least warned you that it wasn't a cutscene, but me, no, I had no warning, so I'm just standing there. Well, they're gonna be standing here for a while.
See, I was standing here for a few seconds before you warned me, and it was like, oh, okay.
Yeah, it was, as you saw, we were standing there for a good bit, and then I was like, oh, wait a minute, this isn't a fucking cutscene.
Oh, that's something I forgot about! During that final dungeon, you get visions of, like, the places you've been to, and the universal consciousness, I think? I don't know what it is. It starts talking to you through characters you've met before, saying, like, you're not worthy of becoming Starborn or whatever. And it's just, like, just these lame-ass fucking visions that happen from time to time. I forgot about that. Oh my god.
Yeah, I did too.
Yeah, it's terrible. Then this character turns around to reveal, oh my god, it's you! I actually forget most of this conversation. The one thing I remember about it is, oh well, who created the artifacts? Well, you just answered that question yourself. The creators.
The creators created the creation. The creators created the creation, Cree! Come on, that's all you need to know. And you were specifically done so that you could ask that question.
The creators need to have their heads cratered.
It's like, how stupid, how fucking kindergarten nonsense is that?
It's just a cop-out because they don't have an answer for it. They just made up a bunch of bullshit and fucking go play it, I guess. I hate it so much. I don't know how the fuck anyone plays this and thinks this is a good story or this is a good game. It just sucks all the fuck the way around.
Yeah, it is genuinely awful. Awful in every fucking way.
Like, keep in mind, too, with big games like these, the main story is usually the main point of them. Like, you get Morrowind or Oblivion, where it's like, yeah, there's the Mages Guild, there's the Fighters Guild, there's the Thieves Guild, there's the Assassins Guilds, stuff like that. It's like, yeah, that's a lot of decent to good content for the most part. It's good that it's there, but the whole reason the game exists is the main story that's going on. That's the main point of the game. The main story for this game is 95% fetch quest, fucking 80% procedural bullshit nothingness, and then 15% pretentious horse shit.
Yeah.
And all of it leads to fucking nothing.
Yep.
Is there even anything to take away from this conversation?
Not really.
Because maybe I'll have to go through it again a bit deeper, but it just seems like a bunch of generic claptrap to me for, you have reached the end of the universe, you're traveling to the next universe, this is a mystical magic space thingamabobber.
Yeah, that's basically what it is.
Yeah, because it's the whole, you're a part of everything, you're becoming part of the universe, blah 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 blah. It just comes across as generic slop dialogue that is standard for something like this, where you've, I don't know, reached the center of the magic universe thing. In order to become Starborn, you must give the universe one last thing, yourself. That intangible part of you, that something that makes you unique amongst the infinite, will explode like a supernova. It just sounds so fucking generic. A part of you will fuse with the essence of this universe, while another part leaves it behind forever. So, yeah, that's the other thing about the whole traveling through universe of Starbound. The emissary, well, I don't know if the emissary goes through, but we see the hunter again. Like, it's confirmed we see the hunter again. So,
yeah.
He's not trapped in that universe. So, why can I not go back to the Alpha universe or the Prime universe if it's possible for Starborn to just, at will, travel to other universes without completing the TISM object?
Yep. It's a good question, Kree. Stop asking questions and just consume the product.
Also, when you do the New Game Plus, when you become Starborn, you arrive at an earlier point in the timeline than what you're currently at. You arrive just after the artifact piece from the mine reached Constellation. So,
yep.
After the introductory segment, but before everything else. Meaning you're also technically time traveling. Like, they're probably going to do that whole thing of, like, the progress of time in other universes doesn't matter, but still puts you at the same spot. What if it puts you, like, 200 years in the future, 200 years in the past? What if any number of things related to that? You know? Because these other because Victor was visited by a Starborn version of himself, like, before humans really conquered the stars, that means that Starborn went so far back in time that's before any of the artifact pieces were found. So he's either still in our universe, or he's moved on to the next one to do fucking whatever, I don't know. But he obviously didn't collect all the pieces that were already here, and would that also mean that the hunter that is in our universe, the Prime universe, can we potentially meet a version of him earlier in his timeline if we happen to go to a universe where, like, it's in his past, in his chronological timeline, but because the universes are parallel and they seem to set you back in time, that, like, God, it's all just so confusing. This is why I hate this shit. Because it is acting like every single version of the universe you go to is progressing in strictly linear timelines, even though that's clearly not how it works. For the fact that it sends you back.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Shitfield, everybody.
Do you understand what I mean? This one final leap will change this universe forever, even as you leave it behind. So what does someone ascending to Starborn do to the universe they're leaving? Because that sounds significant, but, like, we never find out what that even means.
Yeah.
This is one of the most annoying things with stories, is when they raise a shit ton of questions and then answer none of them. Especially with, like, relation to how things work in the fucking universe. It's kind of important to understand how the universe functions and works and what I'm doing. Okay, this one final leap will change this universe forever, even as you leave it behind. What if my ascension wipes out all life in the universe? Because that might be the kind of thing that makes me go, maybe I shouldn't do this.
Yeah, maybe instead I protect it so nobody can do it now.
Yeah, maybe...
I want life to continue.
Maybe if I realize that it has the potential to do this kind of damage, I fire the armillary into the fucking sun, or one of them, to fucking destroy it so no one can have it.
Yeah.
But we don't know, because we just get this vague claptrap of, oh, you will become a thing and something will happen to this universe, but we don't know what it is. Isn't it deep and interesting?
Well, as Todd Howard himself explained, Kree, in what I just posted, I do think the ending of the game might be a little controversial. We ask a lot of questions. We don't provide a lot of answers, because I think we want a lot of those answers to be in you.
This is just a vague bullshit way of saying by the construction of the story, we have raised questions that cannot be answered without breaking shit. So we're just not going to, and we're going to say, oh, it's up to the player to decide.
Well, Kree, if you want those answers, you'll just have to buy the DLC, and once you complete the DLCs, you won't actually get any of those answers. They will only be referenced to.
Yep, the question will be referenced.
Yes.
Yep. That is Starfield. Let's see if there's anything else we can pull out of this dialogue, but we're almost at, like, the very end here. I don't think there's much else to talk about, because we've covered everything else, right?
Yeah.
One thing that is worth mentioning is the companion dialogue, where if you're talking to someone, like, it's the system we see right here that Oblivion and Fallout 3 had as well, and Skyrim, where it's like a straight-on view of the character you're talking to, because it makes sense that you're looking at the person you're talking to. It's really jarring when a companion pipes up with their irrelevant bullshit, and it's just a hard cut to them with the same camera angle as if they're staring at you, even if they're talking to the character you're talking to. It is really bad. I hate it.
Yeah. Unlike in, again, Baldur's Gate 3, where the characters actually will turn to face other people speaking in the dialogues.
Yeah,
if they're relevant to the dialogue. If they're just giving an aside to you, then the other NPC won't react. But if they're not giving an aside to you and they're talking to the NPC, you'll see them actually looking at the other NPC.
Here's that one part, by the way. Wait, the artifacts, the temples, the armillary. Who created them? And why? Unknowingly, you just answered your own questions. For those, for who creates things, but creators. That is what they have been named throughout the endless circle of time. What this is actually fucking insulting. This is the writers telling you you're too fucking stupid to understand, like, their story, where, like, yeah, obviously the story is shit, but, like, no, we're not going to tell you because we don't have an answer. Fuck you. I hate this so much. This is probably one of the worst things in the game right here. And that's saying something, because there's a lot of bad fucking things in this game. Like, this feels like it's actively disrespectful. Because they went out of their way to put the question in, and have the stupid as fuck answer in response.
Yep.
Are they one or many, human or alien, terrestrial or celestial? One day you might even meet the creators, but not this day.
This game makes me want to commit atrocities.
This game makes me want to commit Canadian healthcare.
Oh, speaking of, I need to cancel my Xbox Live, or my Game Pass thing. Yeah, I want to make sure I get that done.
Oh, I forgot how fucking pretentious this got. As for the why, so that you could ask that very question. So you could stand before me for time immemorial and delve into the mysterious, unending cosmos. Why did they make it? So you can ask why they made it. You have the option to go back or go through the space ball there. You go through space ball, you become Starborn. You get a Starborn ship, which, as we mentioned, is a fucking empty pod that, as far as I could tell, you can't build anything in. It's got 2 storage containers and that's it. It doesn't even have a fucking bed for you. You get the Starborn armor. They don't even give you a fucking weapon. And now you're in New Game Plus mode. And one of the big things to mention here is you lose everything. You lose everything except for your skills. All of your money, all of your ships, all of your companion romance progress, friendship progress stuff, all of your settlements, like everything. Everything is gone. Every single fucking thing. In a game built to have those features be like a core part of their game, your quest progression is gone. The slate is wiped clean. Oh yeah, and when you ascend, there's this big, like, zoom out of the universe, and I don't know, it just kind of goes on too long. Yeah, that's pretty much the game. As mentioned, there's you go to Constellation, you can talk to them, and you can either do the whole main quest over again, as is from what I understand, or you can just click a button to skip all that. And they'll just hand you their artifact pieces. By the way, like, it's Constellation's whole goal to collect these artifact pieces and figure out what they do. And you collect them all and you just kind of fuck off with them.
Yeah.
Obviously, as mentioned, anyone on your ship doesn't come with you. What else? Oh yeah, there's 10 alternate realities where something is different about Constellation that you can go to in New Game Plus. I don't know why you would play through this game 10 fucking times to see everything it has. Because honestly, it doesn't seem like there's that, at least as far as the main story goes. There's not much to see. Who knows, maybe some of the side content is good. I'm not holding out hope. This one's fucking atrocious. But for the alternate versions, you have, I'm not going to remember them all, but there's the one I mentioned where the Hunter has already wiped out Constellation and he has the artifact pieces for you. There's a version of reality where there's different versions of you as part of different factions, like the United Colonies or the Crimson Cringe, or whatever else. There's a version where all the members of Constellation are gone, but there's kids role-playing as them for some reason. I don't know why. It's incredibly dumb. There's a version of reality where Sarah Morgan is a plant, and fucking one of the other Constellation members is there, and they're like, oh no, that's just a plant I named after my teacher. They all fucked off. There's a version where Walter met his Starborn self, who gave him basically some information to benefit himself, where Starborn Walter was just like, yeah, Constellation, they're this big deal. Someone's going to come along to collect those artifact pieces, you can sell them to them. And there's a version where Samco's daughter wants to kill you for killing her father, and then when you tell her that it wasn't you, she's upset that she found the wrong version of you. There's a version where you meet another Starborn version of yourself who has attacked Constellation. That's 7 out of 10. I'm having trouble remembering the last 3. It's not important. They're all fucking stupid.
Did you already say the one where you are all the members of Constellation?
Yeah, I mentioned that one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for the as Mirthful mentions in chat, the version of reality where an alternate Starborn version of yourself kills everyone in Constellation, you're forced to act like you're horrified by him doing that, even though it's totally sensible. Yep. Wait, Korra has a revenge arc? What the fuck? Why? It's not even a revenge arc, it's an alternate version of her that became Starborn, and she's looking for the Starborn with... Depending on what the backstory is there, that might not make sense. Because if the Starborn you she's hunting down is from the same universe as her own, then they both can't be Starborn.
Yeah.
So it would have to be a Starborn version of you from a different universe. Oh, and by the way, to explain why you can't meet yourself in that first timeline, they just said, yeah, you kind of disappeared. I don't know. No. The version of you in the the second timeline, the second universe you go to. Well, I should say the first universe you go to, but, like, the second universe you see, since you don't go to the universe you start in. Yeah, the version of you is just gone for some reason, don't think about it.
Yeah.
Oh, right, the members of Constellation are replaced by Assassin. I don't know about that, but there is one version where the one Constellation member that was part of the Snake cult, she never left the cult and wiped out Constellation for their heresy. That leaves 2 more I don't remember, but it's not important. What about the Dead Universe one? I wasn't aware of that. Yeah, this is totally worth 10 fucking playthroughs, isn't it? Bethesda's created a game that never ends. You can play it forever and ever and ever. Isn't it exciting? This is making my head hurt? Yeah, it's fucking terrible. I hate this game. I tried giving it the benefit of the doubt for so long. Those of you who watched the gaming streams playing through it, like, before the story stuff started happening, I just kept saying, it's boring, but it still has a chance. It's boring, and I'm not enjoying it, but maybe there's something here.
Yeah.
No. Like, even now, I am kind of giving benefit of the doubt. Maybe some of the side content is good, but fucking hell. When the main point of the game is this fucking abysmal, I don't know how any of the side content is going to be good. So, yeah, that's Starfield. It's a game that took the worst parts of launch No Man's Sky and Starbound and made an even bigger piece of shit. The playthrough streams were like pulling fucking teeth. You're the one who had to watch. I'm the one who had to fucking play. Anything else we want to say? Oh yeah, the maps. The maps in this game suck. They're a blue topography with white dots, and they don't tell you anything of value. They'll mention,
including when you're in cities.
Especially when you're in cities. They will show nearby points of interest, like whatever dungeon or cave or geological thing that spawned, but like otherwise they're completely fucking worthless. One of the points of interest I found on a moon, or at least a barren planet, was a crater. Just a crater. Yeah, the map marker and everything.
I suppose, in good news, I was able to cancel my Game Pass, and I got a refund on it. So I did actually manage to get a refund off of Starfield. You know, I did Game Pass.
Nice.
Yeah.
$5 for Ambrose O'Leary, thank you. Hey Cree, any ETA on the next part of the Fallout 4 analysis? And are you still planning on looking into Autumn Leaves for the Far Harbor analysis? No ETA right now. I do... Okay, we're about to enter Spooktober, so I'm not going to, play Fallout 4 during Spooktober on stream. But in November and into December, I'll start playing through the DLCs on stream to start getting familiar with them, so I can cover them properly. And I'll be scripting that. I'm going to be working on other videos. I'm working on a video breaking down a movie right now. I'm working on the Starfield review, of course. I want to get that Doctor Who episode review done. And yeah, I'm going to try working on that and the Starfield analysis around the same time. So no ETA, but it's something I want to get done and out of the way. I want to put Fallout 4 behind me. $2 from Danger Dave, thank you. This is truly ML's magnum opus, 10 out of 10. Ah.
Yeah. It's all of Bethesda's magnum opus, that's for sure. Like, holy shit, it's so fucking bad.
Yeah. This was fucking terrible.
And remember that this garbage was shilled out to, like, somebody counted and it was 28 or something like that different companies worked on this.
Oh, yeah.
Different studios. And it's just like, Jesus Christ. 28 different studios, 25 years in the making, as Bethesda themselves claim. And this is the garbage they give us?
Yeah. Still cannot believe this game got mostly positive on Steam. That number has been steadily dropping.
It's not mostly positive anymore.
I remember when it was at 85% on Steam, and now it's down to 75%. Like, if it loses one more percent point, it's lower than Fallout 76.
Yeah.
Which, 75 is way too high for that game, but, you know. You know.
Actually, I think if it does lose one more percentage point, it will actually go down from mostly positive to positive.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ooh. Oh, that would be funny. So, yeah, that is the main story of Starfield, as well as many of its main mechanics, like persuasion, combat, exploration, especially exploration, Jesus Christ. Yeah, shit game. And like I said, it is possible that the side content is really good. It's possible the side content makes up for it. I don't know yet. I haven't experienced it. But my hopes are not high. I have no reason to expect much better from the side content than what the main story gave us.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just left kind of with that empty feeling you had when you finished the game. Because it's like all of that and this is where it ends off on. Yeah.
It was an abysmal experience. It really was.
Yeah. Yeah. Again, I don't know how the fuck anyone says this is a good game. I am fucking baffled. Even Fallout 4, as much as terrible as it is, I can at least understand people maybe getting suckered in by the story because they're trying to do an emotional thing, or they find the gameplay loop entertaining because, yeah, it's generic shit you're shooting, but at least there's a world that's built in such a way as to be like a world. This is just fucking an endlessly of sea of generic proc-gen slop. And a shit story.
Yeah. There is barely any redemptive qualities throughout the entire fucking experience.
Yeah. Anyways, I suppose we'll end it there because what else is there to talk about?
Yeah, exactly.
Other than lamenting what a piece of shit this game is.
Like I said, it's a great litmus test. If you think that Starfield is a good game, you have no fucking taste in good games at all. You have no standards, and you have no capability to think rationally for yourself.
I do question people's ability to, fucking... I don't know. I guess assess the quality of something if they think this is good. Anyways, Pagan, are you alive?
Yeah.
Chill.
I have a YouTube. I'm not doing anything with it right now. There you go.
He will when he gets his model. His VTuber model. Such.
I have a YouTube, Kick, Twitch, and Rumble. Rumble is the main platform. I am active on all of them. I stream 5 days a week. Right now we are doing 5 days a week. Every weekday should be more accurate. Right now we are doing the Dark Urge playthrough of Baldur's Gate 3. We are in the final act of it. We are in Act 3. Coming up near the end of it, where I'm going to turn our Nuke Sorcerer, who already does scary amounts of damage, into Nuke Sorcerer, the God of Damage, very soon. And, yeah, after that, we're going to be playing back to more variety games, and we're going to, before October 4th, we will, on October 4th, we'll be jumping back into Darktide with the whole new class overhaul, the complete one. And starting this next Saturday, because we watched a really good Dungeons & Dragons movie this Saturday, starting next Saturday, we're going to start the trilogy of Dungeons & Dragons movies that are not good and see how bad they are. Oh boy, I remember one of them being the biggest cringe fest of all time, so that's going to be fun.
Oh boy.
Yeah, that should be a nice wild ride. Yeah, otherwise, yeah, tomorrow we're going to be having tomorrow we're doing more Dark Urge, and I am going to Sorcerer's Sundries, and we're going to grab some stuff and suddenly become hilariously broken.
Oh.
Yeah, sorcerers are just so fucking good. It's just so good. I can't help myself. I love playing sorcerer in tabletop and everything.
That's for me. Well, I've already kind of shilled the projects I'm working on. Hopefully, I can get the Starfield review done in 2-ish weeks, maybe. Hopefully, possibly. I'm working on other stuff. The movie video the movie I'm breaking down. Fallout 4 analysis. I'll be streaming more. My VTuber model is almost done. Actually, during this stream, we got a message in the chat with the artist, and it might actually be finished. I don't know.
Oh, that would be amazing.
It was very close last I checked. Besides that, yeah, I'm going to be trying to stream as much as possible in Spooktober, best month of the year. What I'll be streaming exactly, I know I mentioned a few when we were streaming Team Fortress 2 the other day. I don't remember everything now. Finishing the bunker.
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, Forewarned. We should do a stream or two of Forewarned in Demonologist.
Yes.
Definitely go stream some Team Fortress 2. Not a horror game, but they have spooky Halloween maps.
Yep, they have magic and wizards. A particular wizard who you want to kick in the nuts.
Yeah. Anyways, that's it for today. Thank you for coming out, everyone. It's very much appreciated. And we will see you next time, whenever the fuck that may be.
Yep, and I want to say thank you very much for everybody who offered your condolences as well for Nettie Betty. So I appreciate that as well.
Did the artist model the feet? There are no feet. Specifically for that reason. Have a good night, everyone.
Say goodbye.
See ya.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Oh, that's what I was going to stream too, for Spooktober.
More this.